like to invite the members of the facilitation team themselves, where everyone knows. I'm Jim Downey. I'm a director of Trend West. You receive emails from me. Trend West, I work on power licensing, energy projects, and water projects. Great to be here. And thank you all for joining. I'm Marvin, the senior associate in Trend West. Happy to be here. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. My name is Henry Rupp. Received emails from you in the last 24 hours. I'm a senior associate in Trend West. So just want to make sure you know in the room, we're here to make this meeting run as smooth as we can. If you make things, please find one. I'm going to go through the agenda and sort of walk us through the orientation of the meeting today. Before I do that, we do have some open remarks from supervisors. So I want to introduce and invite Supervisor Mahorn to come up and give some opening words and a little orientation there.
Thank you. I can use my inside voice. Good morning, everybody. I'm Will Walter, and I'm the second district supervisor. It's mostly the Ukiah area. Happy that you're all here. I'm happy that we've been able to gather this group together to really try to figure out how we move forward with the West Russian River watershed. Just a couple of housekeeping things. The restrooms are going to be out this hallway and to your right. If you did not park in the parking lot, you are at risk for getting a $55 ticket. So you may want to move your vehicle now or on a break. The conference center staff has provided coffee and water. If you didn't bring your reusable water bottle, you can purchase one in Mendocino County when they open. And thank you very much for your time today.
Is that thing about parking?
If you did not park in the parking lot, you are at a $55. Right.
Yes. That was the
Thank you. Public will give you public. If you have any trouble with that, let me know.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, we should. Okay, we should also have Supervisor James Ford, Sonoma County Supervisor James Ford, who's not here today, but he's on the Zoom, so I think Henry's going to pull him up.
They just allowed me to unmute. Just a quick mic check. Can you all hear me? Okay, good. My name is James Gore, Sonoma County Supervisor, your partner. Know many of you. I'm sorry I'm not with you. The reason I have kukui beads is because I'm at a meeting of the 15 Western states for all the county representatives. And we're actually presenting on something very near and dear to this issue. We're presenting on our forecast informed reservoir operations, which is our partnership with the Scripps Institute of Oceanography and Center for Western Water and Weather Extremes. And this is all a part of what we are doing, not only in Mendo and Sonoma County, but also what we're trying to do around the country to make better use of our water and be more resilient. I think we all know that there's not enough water for everybody. And we all know the old Mark Twain quotes of whiskey drinking, water fighting for. But I want to start by just appreciating all of you who are at the table right now. It's a very important time. There's been years and years of discussions, sometimes amongst each other, sometimes in different working groups, pulled together by either Congressman Huffman and now Congressman Thompson, representing the Lake County side. I see my colleague, Supervisor Eddie Crandall on the line. Good to see you, Eddie. The reason that we're here is because the Russian River is not a system just in and of its own for Mendocino County and Sonoma County. There are folks on this call. I see Paul Seller from Marin Water, where we actually deliver water out of the Russian River, but through Lake Sonoma and our other reservoirs. And then also with Lake County, Humboldt, others, the obvious connection with the Potter Valley Project and the future of what this water supply looks like in this multi-jurisdiction area is just pressing and right before us. Just want to start by saying thank you to those of you who have already worked a lot on this. As a part of the Huffman Ad Hoc, there was a technical working group that already analyzed a lot of different scenarios for the changing world of the project and Scott Dam and Van Arsdale and what that might look like. And a big part of today, obviously, Potter Valley Project and the announcement by PG&E with the dam safety concerns and the upcoming work that they've announced on decommissioning on Scott Dam, but also the future of the diversion over at Van Arsdale is really what we're all here to collaborate on. But at the same time, I think it's really a focus on resilience in all of our different areas. For us to do this right, we have to, number one, is honor source areas where the rain falls up above Lake County, even if that dam's going through decommissioning, and support Lake County and a decommissioning process and what that looks like, and really being supportive there. On the other side with the lower eel, obviously for those of us on the Russian River side, everything that we do has to be done in a way that does not harm that watershed. We know that that's a public trust, maybe not under the public trust doctrine, but it's a public trust that I think a lot of us hold near and dear. So it's been a great partnership so far. There's obviously people with different positions, different ideas in this room. There's folks that have fought in the past. There's others that have joined hands and created different coalitions. But it's go time. It's go time to look at the future of that diversion and honor what we need. And also for those of us on the this side of the Potter Valley project, south, meaning Mendocino County, Potter Valley, all the way down into Sonoma County, Alexander Valley, and all the way out to the coast, is our focus is, number one, is establishing resiliency on our side. That's why we've moved heavily on flood-mar, on-farm recharge, why we're heavy into conservation as a way of life. We're doing more with less. We're holding more water in the reservoirs through our forecast-informed reservoir work, and convincing the Army Corps to sign agreements with us to keep water instead of dumping it when the skies are clear. But we have to establish the forecasting to do that. And then so on the other side, it's just to make sure that we honor what is this two-basin solution that we've worked towards, and what does it mean to once again get to a place where we can move forward and we can look at our constituents and also at the natural resources, not just do right by our constituents, but do right for the greater good of our world. So once again, it's just with a pleasure that we're starting this up. The Russian River Water Forum, funded out of a DWR grant, really focuses on us having these tough conversations, whether it's technical or whether it's water rights or whether it's getting down into conservation practices and how we move together. But big days, big times, big decisions, but we're the ones who are here for it, and we're the ones we've been waiting for. So special thank you to I see regulators and conservation managers and water managers, and we have quite a group here that's going to be supplemented by a leadership group that Supervisor Mulholland and I will be sitting on, and we're really looking towards you all to give us the best of the best. So big welcome, and thank you so much.
Ask you to be respectful of those differences, and we're going to help you kind of navigate through that. Just actively listen as others are speaking, try to understand sort of where they're coming from. We're going to ask folks to speak one at a time, and so if you have a question or would like to speak, please go like this. Give your name card, and then we'll get a cue. That's going to help me sort of keep our conversation clear. keep us organized here. The way that we sort of situated the table is that there are a certain number of slots, and the roster is up at the handout. And so one thing to remember, if you participate the table all the time, if you have an alternate, that's great. Request that the alternate stay seating outside the table, and if an alternate is actually in place of a member, then the alternate is welcome to the table. So do that makes sense. For members of the public, again, we're gonna have time at the end of the meeting to get your comments on the food management manager, what we're doing for. Okay, next slide. Okay, so this is a hybrid meeting, and we're gonna do our best to make this as good an experience for folks in this room and folks online. And I think you can appreciate it's a little bit of a you know, it's a technological thing we try to figure out. So we want to do our best to make sure everyone here can hear us, everyone in the Zoom can hear us, and you have access to the information that we're displaying it. So I do want to do a quick test with folks on the Zoom. And so Henry, I think the folks in the Zoom will hear us by that little contraption, which is called an owl, which is pretty cool. But I just want to, what I would ask for folks who are participating on the Zoom, if you cannot hear me, please type in the chat so we have a sense for whether you speak up or you just look at it. We want to make sure you can hear us and you can also hear the plan members. Okay, so for the folks at the table, please do speak clearly and loudly. I'm going to give you a microphone when you speak so the folks in the room can hear you. The folks on the Zoom need to hear you talk into that little owl thing. It's going to pick up there. So it's going to take a second to get used to. But again, we want to make sure that everyone can hear what you're saying. Okay. And for the mic, just hold it kind of all over. Okay. If you are a planning group member, just acknowledging our planning group members that are participating virtually. We are going to make sure that you have the opportunity to participate and weigh in. And so if there's something you'd like to say or if you have a question, please raise your hand, and Matt, who's kind of managing the webinar, will make sure we get you in the queue as well. So we'll sort of go back and forth in the discussion with planning group members, both in room and on Zoom. One other note is that this presentation, a summary of the presentation, and then the recording of the presentation will all be available on the project website. So you don't take notes of the slides; they're all going to be available. So make sure that's clear. Okay. Before I go on, I do want to just acknowledge any other elected officials. We know that Lake County Supervisor Crandall is on Zoom, so welcome Supervisor Crandall. Are there any other electeds here? I want to make sure I don't miss anybody. Okay, let's go ahead. So it's Supervisor McCordy.
Good morning. I apologize for being late. I was on time and then I got a call from Chuck Compton, who's the director of College and Wildlife, over just giving them listening, trying to get permits in their county. So as I was trying to get on my way, that kind of held up. I apologize to you all. I'm really happy to be here today. Thanks to Supervisor Bowman, who's happening and stuff. And really wish you all.
Hello, Tyler. Both talk there and there, kind of trying. We're gonna practice.
I'm here on behalf of Ukiah Tribe. I'm the homeowners association, Sergeant at Arms. This Ukiah Tribe is interested in all activities.
We're gonna get to that later.
Okay.
Glad you're ready.
Are we going around?
We're just doing the electives for now. We're gonna do it.
Good morning, I'm Kevin Nannis. I'm the tribal chairman for the Ukiah Tribe, stepping in for the vice chairman during the meeting.
Thanks. Did I miss anybody? Okay, let's go to the next slide. Just a couple logistics for the folks on Zoom. There's a closed captioning feature if that's useful for you. It's highlighted below. Next slide. There's a chat function. We're going to ask folks just to use that if you're having any technical difficulties, can't hear, or there's something that isn't working, please use that, and Matt's going to monitor it. And there's also, we don't highlight it, but there's a raise hand function. And so for the planning group members, please do use that again if you want to get in the queue. We'll be mindful of that. Oh, okay, let's go to Supervisor Crandall. I think he wants to give just some quick remarks there.
Yes, thank you for that. I just wanted to say thank you for having us here, and that from around 11:15 to around 12:30, Supervisor Sabatier will be covering. I have a veterans appeal I've been waiting on since 2017, so I can't miss it. But Supervisor Sabatier is up to date, and he's willing to step in for me during that time. So again, thank you, everyone, and glad to be here.
Next slide. Okay, I'm gonna walk us through the meeting objectives and the agenda. And so this is the kickoff meeting. There's gonna be a fair amount of orientation, some background information. Some of this is gonna be sort of already known, but we do want to make sure that we're getting everyone up to speed and on the same page. And as we move through the process here, we'll get further into the detail, further into the sort of the technical information. But we do want to kind of level set here, so there's a common understanding and a common focus. So with that in mind, we want to start with the purpose and the charter of the planning group. So everyone here at the table has received a draft charter. We're going to walk through the key pieces of that. We have handouts of the charter up at the table if anybody wants to take a look. Kind of just give the overview of here's what we're here to do, and this is the act of the planning group members. You can go back to that next page. Yeah. Okay. We want to get an overview of the interests of the different planning group members at the table, and I'll give a little bit of some background on that. But we want to make sure those are all identified. Part of our work here is to look across the interests and look for solutions that can hopefully address as many of the interests as we have at the table. We have to know what they are, so we know what we're working with. So we're gonna ask the members all to go around the table and share their interests. Kind of looking ahead, we're gonna kind of look at the org chart of the planning group, which will have a steering committee. We'll also have some working groups. So we're gonna talk a little bit about what are kind of the roles, what are the focus areas of all those working groups. And then what does membership look like? And so we're gonna tee up a little bit of that technical information. Jim will. More of that's coming later, but we want to do some sort of, just give a sense of the scope. So you all as planning group members can think about, where do you want to spend your time? Where do you really want to invest it? Make sure we hear your voice here. And then again, we're going to have time at the end of the meeting for public comment. We have speaker cards up at the table, I believe. If you'd like to make a comment, the sooner that you can fill out a card and hand it to one of us at the table, it'll help us understand how many people, and we can make sure we have time for everyone. So please do fill out a speaker card whenever you're feeling like you'd like to do that, and we'll create a queue, and that's gonna happen at the end of the meeting. Okay, let's go to the agenda. So this is just sort of how we'll get there. I'm not gonna go through detail, but sort of in the morning, we're talking about the charter, we're talking about the purpose, we're getting a sense of the interest in the group. We'll then have lunch for about a half an hour, and then we'll have a couple of presentations. One's a sort of background of the Ukiah Valley project, which you may be familiar with, but again, level setting here. And then we'll get into what's the focus of all those working groups. How are we gonna do this together to give you all a sense for, how we're gonna organize the discussions in our group. And then our aim is to wrap up here by 3 o'clock today. So any questions on any of that before we move forward? Okay. Let's go to the next slide. I think we're doing introduction. So let's go to the next slide. So we'll start with you. We're just gonna ask members to introduce themselves, name, organization, your interest category, and just briefly, in 1 sentence, what are your hopes for this process? So Bert, if you could start, and then just pass the microphone, and we'll go around the table.
Well, everybody at Bert Whitaker. With Sonoma County Regional Parks, and very much involved in the outdoor recreation of Sonoma County as well as public access along the river. And my hope is that we'll have a good conversation how to move forward and collaborate.
Just hold the mic to your mouth.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. Charlie Schneider with California Trout. We are in a Eel River Environmental NGOC. And I think our hopes for the outcome of this process would be to get our hands out of the river as soon as possible.
Good morning, my name is Don Mackinhill, I'm a Russian River keeper, and we're in the Russian River environmental NGO. And my hope for this process is that we come to solutions to the issues that we deal with the Russian River.
Hi, my name is Megan Quinn. I'm with American Rivers. We are an Eel River Environmental NGO alternate for this process. And our hopes for this process are to get those dams out of the rivers while still maintaining services for those like the water users.
Good morning, my name is John Matt, I'm the Division Manager at Sonoma, the Resource Management Permitting Department of the county, which does all land use and zoning. I manage the Natural Resources Division, and I'm here today representing my tribe.
What are your hopes? John?
Oh, I'd like to see a solution that is good for the rivers and good for the people.
Good morning, Glenn Ward again. So, my, board of supervisors district one, which is, monthly record water channel.
Speak up a little bit, please, just want to make sure.
Also a property owner on the Rush River. So I hope that we can design a resilient 100-year system here that ensures that we have water to the next century. Taking an account of both economic and environmental needs for this water.
Kyle Mitchell, Ukiah Valley Indians. The tribe is here at the table because we have interest in any water rights, any future projects or regulations set and have the impact on tribal TDUs or anything along that sort.
I'm Kathy Monroe. I'm on the board of directors of the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District. So they represented, the district has interest in the entire county. So we have concerns with both the Eel and the Russian River system being well stewarded. Both for the resources maintenance and then also for the people over the area.
Yeah, and Terry Nannis, we are tribe, and our interests are, as always, the health of our river, the Eel River, bringing it back to health, and the action is just find out how we can do this together.
My name is Bree Connor. I am on the board of the Ukiah Valley County Water District. We're a small rural district that's been around for over 50 years, and we've never found a source of water within district boundaries. So maintaining and having access to a secure, reliable water source is very important to us. The other reason I'm here is in 2017, we lost everything we owned, the fire in the Ukiah Valley complex. And so maintaining a viable source of water and fire suppression is important.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Janet Holloway. I chair the Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission, and I sit on the Ukiah Valley Irrigation District Board. I'm representing a group of entities that collectively include all of the people in the Russian River that are dependent on the water supply from Ukiah Valley project. And I'm hopeful that this process that we're entering now today is going to be open and transparent, and that we will see collaboration amongst all of the people here who are stakeholders in the future of the project, maintaining the health of both of our rivers and our water supply.
My name is Sean White. I'm the Director of Water Resources for City of Ukiah. City of Ukiah is the largest and oldest municipal fire in the Upper Russian River. I'm also a fisheries biologist, and I would like to see basically the most folks here in the state of Oregon some sort of collaborative solution and building with over the needs of our communities.
Just a quick note for people in the room, please speak as loudly as you can and at the owl so that people virtually can hear.
I am Vivian Hellwell. I'm with Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations, an ocean fishing trade organization. coastwide. And the Institute for Fisheries Resources is a nonprofit that tries to get restore salmon to a harvestable surplus since they're extremely depleted. So we've been part of this water conversation for many years now, and we hope to continue being part of the process so that it works out the best for the most people possible. Thank you.
Just a quick note, and thank you all for sharing. We are gonna have a time to go through kind of interest. So this is just high level for the process. What would sort of success look like? But this is all really helpful getting it down, but I want to make sure that we're coming back around to your statement.
Good morning, my name is Jennifer Burke. I'm the director of the City of Santa Rosa Water Department, and we are the largest customer of Sonoma Water. I'm also here representing as the chair of the Technical Advisory Committee to Sonoma Water, representing the 8 contractors that water, Sonoma Water. And interest category is Sonoma County water suppliers, and I'm hopeful that we can all share ideas today and understand where we're coming from. So we to hopefully a successful process.
Morning, my name is Fred Tucker. I'm consultant from Humboldt County. We hope to find partners to help resolve an undeveloped water supplies in a way that advances the restoration of Gill River fisheries and ensures adequate water supplies for Humboldt County communities.
Good morning, my name is Tony Williams. I'm the general manager of the Northland Water District, representing the Sonoma County suppliers for being the Marin County voice for that. Paul Sellier is online, I think, as my alternate. You know, it's been said so far, but we hope to learn more about, you know, the interests of both watersheds, and hope that we can come up with a solution that can satisfy both watersheds.
Good morning, my name is Matt Clifford. I'm with Trout Unlimited. My hopes for this process are really twofold. Number one, we hope to secure the full removal of both dams, our project dams. But secondly, I'm hoping in this group, we can spend our time and energy looking on what I think is really our common interest of building a sustainable water district on the right side and adding some of those 2 dams, and how do we work out a continued diversion that can be part of that.
Good morning, I'm Karen McCartney, the environmental director for the Millennial Foundation. I believe that the tribe is very interested in a collaborative solution that involves food, water equity for all in both watersheds. Thank you.
Good morning, my name is Beth Calamone. I serve as the general manager for the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. As you can tell from my name, I'm very busy. We have a sibling water right with Sonoma Water to store water in Lake Mendocino, and are probably the largest water right that surface water here in Mendocino County. I think the most important thing that we're doing here today is around relationships, because if we don't have healthy relationships, if we don't come to the table and listen to one another and talk from our hearts and show our vulnerabilities, then we aren't going to have a healthy ecosystem. We aren't going to have healthy watersheds. And that is a priority for our district, is to have health in both of those watersheds through these relationships.
Good morning, my name is Michael Shaver. I'm the Water Resource Manager for Ukiah Valley Tribe. I'm an alternate for Greg Young. I worked with tribes in Mendocino Lake in the North Coast area for the last 20 years. I've done my graduate work on the Colorado River, looking at the impact of the Grand Canyon Dam, partially flows to the ecosystem of the Grand Canyon. And look forward to working with the group here on collaborative projects for in-stream and watershed improvement. Thank you.
Good morning, I am Terry Crowley, the utility director for the city of Healdsburg. My interests obviously are for, water supply and sustaining the community of how people. What I would hope to achieve today is a better understanding of everybody's concerns from both watersheds, and trying to define a path forward.
Good morning, I'm Brandon Axel, I'm representing all the agricultural interests within Mendocino County. And as everybody has, pretty much said the same thing, I think we really want to try and work together and be, respectful and, try and secure for our interests, our water reliability and security for the coming decades. And I think we can all do that if we all work together, and obviously that's why we're here, so thank you.
Hello, I'm John Nagel, Chair of the Sonoma Resource Conservation District, and on the Family Plains, GFA. My interest category is, I would like to see a outcome of this action, of this organization, a document that clearly defines a vision statement of the two watersheds that allows us to move forward without conflict, a little conflict, on all the good work that needs to be done. So really looking for an outcome of this as this is what we're doing, this is the vision, and it's how we're gonna do it. Thank you.
Good morning, this is Alan Nelson, I represent agriculture and, we'll keep it simple. Can't raise much in ag without some form of water, so we're gonna be interested to see how this thing works out going down the road. It also appears to me that you're gonna spend a few bucks to get this done, which is probably gonna cost more per acre for water.
Good morning, my name is Mike Thompson, I'm Assistant General Manager with the Sonoma County Water Agency. I'll just share, first of all, I just want to share a little bit of appreciation just for everyone to be here. We're about to start a journey together, and I just want to thank you all. This will take time, and there's going to be a lot of learning and listening, but I just want to thank you and thank Kearns and West for bringing us together to start this journey. I've got, I'd say, three hopes. First hope is that, it's similar to what echo what we've heard a lot, we're really hoping that this process that we're starting on ends up benefiting both river basins from a water supply, fisheries, and economic equity standpoint. That's one hope. The second is that this collaborative approach really is a success, and I'm hopeful it will be. And my third hope is to echo, I think, some of the comments made already, is that I hope through this process we start to build stronger bonds that benefit us beyond just our project. Thank you.
Good morning, Eddie Murphy. I represent Sonoma RCD as well as a landowner in Alexander Valley and a farmer. I'm looking for the long-term viability of both the natural resources and agriculture in counties.
Okay, let's now go to our planning group members who are on Zoom. So
Hi, I hope you can all hear me. My name is Alicia Heyman. I'm the Executive Director for Friends of the Eel River, and I'm here representing Eel River NGOs. And our hope for this process is to just ensure that both dams are removed as quickly as possible.
Hey everyone, my name is Wyatt Smith with the Round Valley Indian Tribes. Unfortunately, President Britton had to prioritize a different issue today, so I'm here filling in for him as his alternate. I'm a fisheries biologist. I've been up here for better almost 4 years. Round Valley Indian Tribes is a consortium of 7 tribes with fishing claims and senior water rights on the Eel River. And our interest in being here today is to advocate for full volitional fish passage throughout the Eel River with support for the 2-basin solution. Thank you.
This is Gary Helfrich. I'm Director of the Camp Meeker Recreation and Park District. Our hope is fairly simple, that we can come up with an equitable solution to allocation of water resources in both watersheds that also, supports the fisheries and the other resources. It's really as simple as that. I just hope we can come up with an equitable solution. Thank you.
Hi, folks. John Driscoll here with Congressman Jared Huffman's office. I work out of his Eureka district office, and my colleague Jenny Calloway is also on the line here on behalf of the congressman who has, as you know, long advocated for a 2-basin solution here. Thank you for having this forum, and thank you for having us.
Hello, I'm Shannon Catula with the town of Windsor. Our hope is that we can collaborate on a solution that's beneficial for both watersheds. Thank you.
Hello, am I next? Am I next? Am I the person that's introducing myself now? I can't hear. Okay. Eddie Crandall, Lake County Board of Supervisors, the here actually because I really do think we can start having these discussions and all get on the same page to at least understand each other respectfully. I'm willing to do that, and I appreciate everyone here. Everyone has their respective interests, and that's understandable. I'm empathetic to that. We all serve our constituents, our people, the wildlife that's affected by this. And so there's no hard feelings in opposing oppositions, et cetera. And I think most everybody knows the position of Lake County here. We talk about the 2-basin solution, but I'd like to just highlight that the water originates from Lake County. So wanted to add that. Thank you.
Hi, I'm playing an alternate role today for Don McInhill, who's there in person. But my name is Jamie Neary, and I am staff attorney with Russian Riverkeeper. Thank you.
Office. So welcome, Greg. Okay. Okay. All right. Well, thanks everyone for going through that. I think we're going to keep these up. We'll have them as a reference. But it is helpful to know, just, we want to make sure we're kind of serving the hopes as best as we can of the participants here and a good use of your time. So we're going to go through the sort of overview of the purpose of the group. We're going to walk through the charter again. Folks would like a handout of the charter at the table. The members have seen this draft, so hopefully you have the opportunity to take a look. If there are questions, now is the time to ask those questions. Today, we're hoping to get a commitment from you all that yes, sort of the guidelines and the expectations of the charter that you are comfortable to make to those. So that's what's going to keep this group kind of centered around what we're here to do and how we're all going to participate. So it's an important document to get us started. Okay, let's go ahead. Just a little background. Next slide, please. So just an introduction to the forum. So as we all know, PG&E's intention to decommission the Ukiah Valley project and recognition in order if indeed the diversion is going to continue some sort of new operating regime created. So Sonoma Water received funding from DWR to support water resiliency planning, focusing on the Ukiah Valley project. That is funding this effort currently, and so the Kern West is paid through that. There's some other technical work that's being funded through that as well. If you want more information, I can probably provide that. Let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so Kern West, we've been working on this for about 8 months, and want to make sure it's clear that the sort of what we're proposing here, what's in the charter, what's kind of the structure of the group, has all been informed by the conversations we've had leading up to it. So we've had the opportunity to have some really helpful conversations with the folks at the table, some of you folks in the audience, really try to understand the interests across both basins and come up with at least a process, a framework of a process to have productive conversations that are focused on as many things as we can. So what we started with was interviews. Jim is going to walk us through what we found in the interviews. But those are really helpful in getting our team oriented and to sort of understand how to kind of orient the conversation here. We've been reaching out actively to tribes in both basins. We really appreciate the tribal members that are at the table. That's really helped our perspective, and we want to make sure we're continuing that process. But again, that's been some very helpful information. We're going to talk a little bit about what we learned in those conversations. We've been having ongoing conversations with elected officials, and that also has been really sort of giving us some sort of road testing the ideas and what some of the electeds at the federal, state, and local level think is going to be important to make this successful. So really doing our best to make as many touch points as possible. So we're kind of testing concepts before we roll out a meeting like this. So again, all this is based on what we've heard so far. And one thing I'll note is that we did convene an interim steering committee. Some of the planning group members are part of that. It was a smaller group, but it was a cross-interest group. And so we essentially took the charter to that group and said, what do you think? We got some really helpful input, but that was another really important point along the way to get buy-in of the concept here. So there's been a lot of conversation. This is the kickoff meeting, but there's been a lot of conversations that we appreciate getting us to this point. And so they've been really helpful for us. The nomination process just ended, and here we are. So do we have a question now? Let's check together.
Yeah, I was reading through the draft, and I was wondering how many members are on the steering committee, and will that number remain the same or change?
We're gonna get to that. We do not have a steering committee yet.
Oh.
So that is to be determined. But I like that you're asking that question. Okay, so I think with that, Jim, I'm gonna turn it to you. So Jim's gonna talk us through what we found in the interviews, and some of you have heard this already, but I think it's helpful to get everyone oriented. And then we'll also talk about what we heard, some of the key themes from our discussions with tribal members.
Thanks, Ben. So yes, as Ben said, I'm gonna provide a little more detail on what we heard from the interviews we conducted, as well as the series of briefings with federal representatives. So first, the interviews with interested parties. Back in the fall, we talked with 73 individuals from a wide variety of organizations and government. So many of the people in the room, as Ben said, as well as others were not here today, including, as you see here, county city governments, water providers, agricultural interests, recreation business, environmental groups, agencies, and resource conservation districts. These were confidential interviews, and they are summarized in an assessment document, which is available in print on the table up there and also on the website. Next slide. So some of the findings here, there was overall strong support for the concept, even among those who were perhaps skeptical as chances for success. Everybody felt there was a good cause for forming this group and interest in participating in it. Third sense of urgency, recognizing the decommissioning timeline. Strong message that the process should be inclusive and transparent. We're having an open public meeting here, and the recommendation was that the planning group be a broad group representing many different interests. One of the key findings was that we heard from water users that there's interest in and willingness to pay for water that would be provided by the diversion in the future. So there's interest in financial support to cover the costs and pay for that water. Of course, there will be contingent on how the diversion is ultimately structured and so forth, but there's a strong base of willingness to pay. Also recognition that there are many studies have been done, there are also financial questions, and that there will need to be technical groups to inform discussions of the technical issues. And recognition also that community awareness of the project broadly in the community is relatively low, therefore a education and outreach program is needed. Next slide. So flowing from those recommendations or for those findings, here's the recommendations for the forum. Again, representation to include Hill River Basin and Lake County. Process should have clearly stated goals and noting what is negotiable and what is not. Members should be committed to the process and willing to work across interests, and transparency is critical for success. We should be leveraging existing groups and avoiding duplication. And the other thing is that there's a perceived need for a broad, basin-wide collaboration, and so this group could have a purpose beyond just a water project. So we're seeing this as a process that is ongoing to address multiple water resiliency issues. Next slide. And so Ben will get into later the structure of the planning group and how that flowed from these findings. So the parallel process, which I mentioned, was the briefings with tribal representatives. We held 9 of those briefings. Those were similarly intended to get input on waterborne concept and understand the interest of the tribes in the Ukiah project and related issues, including water supply, fisheries, and restoration. And the briefings were conducted by Friends West, along with Sonoma Water and other regional partners. So this is the list of the representatives, or the tribes and the tribal group, MC Lake Sonoma and tribal environmental professionals that we met with. And the assessment document from these conversations is also on the table and available online. Next slide. So just run through the findings quickly. Again, support for the waterborne concept and value in community local interest. Recognition that there is a range of interests and perspectives among the tribes, and so each tribe needs to have a seat at the table. No tribe can speak for other tribes. And a strong message that the rivers have strong cultural significance for the tribes. Next slide. Request that tribal knowledge and expertise be respected and that the tribal experts be included in the technical discussions. There be an acknowledgement of previous harms to the communities in these basins and recognition that tribal capacity may be an issue for participation. There's an interest specifically related to water supply and fisheries. Fisheries recovery was a high priority for many tribes. Tribes often spoke of a watershed-wide perspective on these issues from creek to river. For water supply, there's a range of interests among the tribes. Some are directly dependent on water supply from the project. Some express concerns about impacts to groundwater or surface water supplies are reduced. Several mentioned concerns about identifying and stopping illegal water diversions related to cannabis production. Equity was a message. The planning processes should not unfairly favor large water users. And an interest in looking for opportunities for tribal watershed management and stewardship.
Quick question. Yes. So when you picked up the interview for the tribe, did you go to the altar? So when you interviewed the tribe, did you go down and ask all the tribes on the river, or did you just pick the tribe to interview?
Yes, we invited them all to. Very good.
Yes, I didn't hear nothing about no interviews for our tribe, that's why.
Okay, we did, we did reach out to your tribe,
We talked to you.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, and I would just add that process is ongoing, so I think that we're kind of in process of still trying to schedule more and have these briefings go on. I think we want to be open to both having those conversations and having more tribal members at the table here at the planning group. So some of it's just, we recognize it's a capacity issue, and so we want to make this as easy as we can for folks, but we know folks are doing. So we do want to continue to do that and bring in those voices to the room as best as we can.
Any other questions? Send back then.
Okay, so I'm gonna walk us through the structure and the charter of the planning group. We're not gonna walk through the charter in sort of page by page, but if you have the charter and you have questions, feel free to ask them for the planning group members. So let's go to the next slide, please. So just focus and structure of the water forum. So the initial focus of the water forum, and I'm just gonna read it, is to share information and identify water supply resiliency solutions that respond to PG&E's planned decommissioning of the Ukiah Valley project, while protecting tribal interests and supporting stewardship of fisheries, water quality, and recreation in both the Russian River and the Yellow River basins. The structure of the forum is to have parties with an interest in water resources in both basins, and over time to focus on broader water resiliency issues. Right now, just recognizing the urgent need around the decommissioning, that's going to be the focus of attention and resources. But over time, I think we've heard there's real interest in looking out where else can these the collaboration add value. I think there's a lot of support for that. And to be a venue for inclusive engagement. So we want to make this process as transparent as we can, while also providing space to have some conversations among planning group members. So there's a little bit of balance there, but we are, front and center. We want to make this as transparent, as inclusive as we can. Okay, so here's a bit of a work chart here. I'll explain it at a high level. We've got another slide that gets into a little bit more detail. The planning group's kind of in the middle. This is who's at the table. There will be a leadership council that our intent is to form, and that's elected officials who can provide guidance as ideas are coming out of the planning group or the working groups to be able to sort of share those with the elected, so they can have a sense for when action is needed or funding is needed, that they're in the loop and they know where things are going. So that, again, we haven't formed that yet. We've had some initial conversations with elected officials. We're sensing there's a lot of interest in doing that. We just have to get that sort of underway. There will be a steering committee. We don't have one yet, but that steering committee is going to kind of help guide the process of this group. It's not going to be sort of ultimately making decisions on behalf of the group, but it's going to sort of make sure that the meetings and the flow of meetings and the agendas that's sort of going back and forth between the planning group and the work groups, that it's as sort of the information loop is as helpful as it can be. So we'll talk a little bit later today about more specifically what the role of that group will do. The working groups, this is where a lot of the roll of our sleeves get into the technical information, will happen at the working group level. So we have, right now, we're gonna have 4 working groups, one for water supply and fisheries, one for finance and economics, one for governance, and one for water rights and water management. And we'll talk more later about that and give just a preview of some of the technical topics those groups are going to be initially diving into. And then finally, we've got a Russian River Resiliency Subcommittee. So this doesn't exist yet, and it's likely not going to come online until 2024. But this is for other water resiliency topics that are not the fire valley, recognizing that, folks want to talk about other issues, that there's a space to do that. But we're not going to do that now. We're focusing on the fire valley piece now, but over time, we do want to bring that online and give the opportunity for those conversations to happen and to move forward.
Quick question, could you say more about what you mean by governance?
Right, so part of it is the recognition that, what I mentioned in the previous slide, is that in order to operate the diversion, there will need to be a new regional entity. And so what that regional entity looks like, who participates, what the sort of jurisdiction is of that entity would all fall, at least within the governance to provide the concepts or ideas to see, you know, what's possible here. Okay. And then below, we've got broader engagement. This is a planning group meeting with members of the public, you know, here to observe and to track. We are also planning on having public workshops that are for members of the public, where it's going to be focused on getting their input. So those are going to be happening probably starting later this year. But our goal is to do that as well. Okay, so I won't go through these in detail. We just want to have this slide available so folks can access it later. But it talks a little bit about sort of the roles of each of these groups. And again, the planning group highlighting, we're here to share information, identify and evaluate options, and hopefully inform a path forward that serves as many needs as possible. Yeah. Okay, so I'm going to go through a couple pieces of the charter here. The purpose of the planning group to bring parties together, to share information and improve understanding, to evaluate potential options, to address challenges, and to hopefully to address the plan decommissioning of fire projects, and also to identify funding sources to support water supply solutions. So those are sort of the key areas where we bring the planning group members together. This is why these have been asked to be here. And I guess before I go further, I do want to just acknowledge the commitment you've made, and that this is a non-marginal commitment you're making. It's very much appreciated. And so our job is to make it as productive and meaningful as we can. But we recognize this is a big commitment, and we do appreciate it. Okay, so let's go to the next slide, please. Okay, so what we're asking you all to do. So one is to bring your expertise and knowledge. That's why you've been asked to join. Is to bring your perspective and your experience and your expertise to the table. And together, it adds up to quite a lot. We'll talk a little bit about caucuses in a little bit, but part of your role is to facilitate those caucuses within your interests and to represent the interests. You're here to represent not just yourselves, but a broader group of interests. We want to make sure that that representation is happening effectively. Our hope is that you'll also be on the table to conduct outreach to your constituents so they can stay informed. If there are views that you want to bring to the table, that you're helping us with that to further expand our reach and be more inclusive. If we feel like there are speakers we want to have here, or there's a certain voice we need to have, we ask for your help in making sure they're here. And then really, really try to have a cross-interest involvement, cross-interest conversation, and look for creative solutions for some of the challenges that we're facing here with this undertaking. Okay. Guiding principles, I won't go through these in detail, but kind of similar to the meeting guidelines is just acknowledgement that there are different perspectives and to be respectful of those differences and to really focus on the issues and to try to be creative, to try to satisfy mutual interests. We'll talk a little bit about that later in the meeting. If you could, it's just personal technology courtesy is a little different with the Zoom meeting, but you can just turn your phones silent to start and just try to be, I know folks have laptops up, that's totally fine, but just ask that you be as present as you can and be here in the meeting. Okay, so one thing I will note, I think the key outcome of having the interim steering committee meet is that when we went to the interim steering committee, the charge of the planning group was defined as this group was going to help identify the local solution in response to the decommissioning. And I think that the input that we received from the interim steering committee is that that group should be providing information, but not ultimately making that decision. And so we've essentially reframed the focus of this group to be more around sharing information, more around sharing interests as they relate to options. And then we'll have to see how things can move forward, but ultimately, this is not where the sort of decision stops. With that said, there are going to be some times along the road, they could be process decisions where the group does need to weigh in. And so, with that in mind, our goal here is to strive for consensus. We're trying to move forward with solutions or paths forward that everyone can live with. So that's kind of the standard we're trying to get here. If there's something that you can't live with, we're gonna ask you why, and we're gonna ask you to look for alternative solutions. We bring that into discussion, and we see if we can create a new consensus. And so we're gonna spend time doing that. We're not gonna jump to voting. We're really trying to look across the interests and find consensus among the group. It's not easy, but that's our job, is to try to do that. When we have situations where there are converging views, divergent views, we want to document that. And majority views and minority views. If we get to the situation where we really do need to move forward, we will try to get a sense of what the majority opinion or view is and test if we can move forward that way. So we're not going to do it abruptly, but we just want to acknowledge that there might be times where we have to move forward. We have to have a way to do that. The steering committee, I think, can be a resource here. So they could sort of be in a role of providing creative solutions, or we feel like we're getting snagged a little bit. So this can be fleshed out a little bit more, which is, I folks might have questions of how we're going to make decisions. And this is what we've got so far. Sort of first, second, third is try to get consensus. If we need to look for other ways, we can have this discussion. Finally, when we actually get to looking at the alternatives, we're going to be asking folks to identify their interests as they relate to the alternatives. So not saying, here's the alternative that the group has selected. However, we want to have all the members identify how those alternatives relate to their interests, because it's important to document that. Charlie.
Yeah, just as an Eel River interest, I hope we can have a discussion around that majority determining decision. Look around this room, there's much fewer Eel River interests here. I want to note that the project as it exists now creates impacts to the Eel River and benefits for the Russian River. And I see a room here that's full of Russian River interests with the folks that feel the impacts minimized. So that majority rule and the process set up in this forum minimizes our role, and that's a problem. So I hope we can have that discussion. I'm sure we can work through it. As part of the ad hoc we've had, as part of the two basin partnership, we've had really difficult discussions around this stuff. And I just want to know from the Eel River perspective that we just want to make sure that we have a say in what's happening to our river.
Yeah, that's noted. Thank you for that. Okay. Let's see. Let's keep going. I think we've got a slide on caucusing. Okay. One of the best benefits of caucusing is that the table size is, we try to find a balance of being inclusive and also being manageable. And so we ended up with about 30. With that said, the benefit of caucusing is there are more, that provides the opportunity for additional participants in the process. So caucusing can happen both outside the room. So if there's any interest category that wants to have a discussion around some of the things that are being deliberated on by the planning group, they can have those discussions and then bring those views kind of summarized into the room. So we wanted to make sure we're providing an opportunity to do that outside of the room and sometimes in meetings. So it's not going to happen today, but there might be other meetings where there's a topic that we want to kind of really dig in on, and then we provide some time for the caucuses to meet and deliberate a bit and then come back with some of their thoughts or ideas. So hopefully that makes sense. But again, the goal here is to make it a little bit more inclusive than just the membership of the group. Each of the planning group members do have alternates, and so our expectation is for the alternates to participate. And if anyone else is interested in participating in a caucus that aligns with your interest, let us know, and we want to make sure that you get connected to the right planning group member that you can be included in those discussions. Okay, so this is the yeah.
Question regarding caucusing. So you're describing reaching out to members of individuals outside of the county. I've been on county and state committees before with a limitation of not more than 3 of a committee meeting without having it be publicly noticed. Is there any limitations for planning group members to meet outside of our publicly noticed meetings?
Very good question. So I think we're gonna have to, we have had some conversations around the Brown Act, for example, and how many elected officials can be in any meeting. And so, I think there could be implications for that. And so I think we're gonna need to get a little bit more guidance for you and the group of, where you would be needing to make compliance to that and to see if we can help facilitate that. But I'm glad you're asking that question. I think what we are doing here in this group is trying to be certainly compliant with the spirit of the Brown Act. So there's notification, the agendas are out, all that. But I don't think that we're required to meet the Brown Act for this group, because it's not going to make about it. But with that said, I do want to make sure that you have the guidance you need so everyone's compliant and we're all kind of staying within the guidance that we need to. So thank you for asking that. But we'll get back to that. Okay, so the membership, this is the current roster as it is constituted. And we did have, I thought, a really helpful conversation in the interim steering committee around how to, how to balance lots of different considerations to have representation across both basins and across interest that are going to be, impacted by the outcome here. So there's a charter, there's a charter and there's a membership list that is up at the table that folks have access to. So if they're needed. One thing I will note is that we have received, Kearns and West has received a letter from Lake County requesting that there be an additional slot added. We received a letter earlier this week or late last week, recognizing the impacts that it could have to Lake County. And so Frank or Carol, I did want to give you the opportunity just to sort of share that interest and bring that into the group, and we might not resolve it today. But Jim, can you give them the microphone? And I do want to just acknowledge that interest. Okay. And we're gonna have to have you come up here so the folks on the Zoom can hear you. So Carol, do you want to come up here, please? This is where I am. Got it.
My name is Bill Green. I'm with the Lake Transparent Alliance. We represent a group of stakeholders that are part of the Eagle River system above Scott Dam. We have a number of communities, 100-year-old ecosystems. We depend on Lake Pillsbury as a major water supply to help us to protect our residents, to protect them in the Cedar National Forest. We are not for taking out the dams. We stand for finding alternative solutions. We create a fish ladder, we refurbish the dam, do what it takes to meet all the water supply needs and fish restoration. We were not allowed to join the ad hoc committee. Lake County was blocked from joining the 2 basin partnership. And we so far are not accepted in this planning group. We want to collaborate, we want to work with people, we do share a different perspective than some of the others, but nonetheless, we are the stakeholders that will be the most directly impacted by decisions. You can tell I don't like speaking in public. Impacted by decisions that are made for a future Potter Valley project. And I do think that we are worthy of a position on the planning group, and that our areas and our stakeholders, our wildlife, all of it deserve consideration. Thank you.
Great. So if there are any questions for Carol, hopefully that request is clear. Vivian?
Hi, Carol, I'm Vivian. I just was curious that even though there was a Lake County supervisor on the ad hoc throughout the entire process, apparently your group did not feel represented and don't feel represented by them. And I'm not opposing you joining, I'm just wondering that you say you weren't allowed, that Lake County wasn't allowed, when we saw them at every meeting through the supervisor.
Okay, well, yeah, what I do want to do is, Frank, you might respond to that. I want to get, why don't you respond to that, Frank, and I have a discussion for how we do.
Hi, my name is Frank Lynch. I'm dressed in Lake Pillsbury sheet. We have been minimized throughout the whole process, as has Lake County. If you look around the membership of this group that's here, there are many people from the eel, even though they say they feel minimized. There are many, many people from representing fishery interests, and there are people representing water interests. We have interest in all that. Lake County had one position. It had one position on the ad hoc committee, and throughout that process, they were marginalized. We're just asking for a recognition that there is a community out there that deserves a voice, because we're going to be the most impacted, and we are looking for a win-win for everybody.
Thank you for that.
Okay, so what I do want to test here is there anyone that has concerns about the Lake Pillsbury Lands joining and having a slot on this group? Okay. So I would call that consensus. Unless Megan, are you?
I didn't say one.
Okay, no, I just want to make sure we're clear here.
Anyone online?
Yeah, maybe just test the folks online. Okay, so, I would call that a consensus among the group. And I think we'll note that in the notes. This is something we can revisit at the next meeting. But just to note that, consensus can't happen. Congratulations. Okay. All right, so with that, I think that's it in terms of the slide we have. I do, yes, ma'am. Hold on one second.
I was wondering if you contacted any tribes in Lake County, because, they're showing interest in participating and being, part of the process also.
Yeah, that's a good question. And Jim, you might have that answer. I know that I think we've made some initial attempts and coordinated with Supervisor Crandall, but I don't think we've made the connection yet. Is that right?
That's right. We've not actually spoken with them yet, but Supervisor Crandall did recommend.
Yeah, so it's our goal is to have them at the table. If anyone can help us with that, that's certainly what we'd like to do. So we recognize the importance of having this voice. All right,
Supervisor Crandall, like the way.
Okay, Henry, can we go to Supervisor Crandall, please?
Thank you. Yes, I've spoke with both tribes, the Habamitolo tribe and the Robinson Rancheria tribe. I know that speaking with the EPA department at Robinson Rancheria, they had stated they were on a call or I think about a week and a half or two ago. And I've talked to the leadership and they are interested. And I'm pretty sure the Habamitolo tribe is as well. I just have to meet with them again. I've been since prior to the Russian River Water Forum, I've been keeping them up to par and asking them to be a part of it. But of course, they're tribal governments, so it's at their discretion when they show up. So.
Let's go to Craig.
So I ask, what's the thought for, like who's not in the room that would be important? I can think of BG&E and I can think of state and federal regulatory agencies. They'll have a lot of say over whatever we decide to do, what's the communication in line with those groups and what's this group's interest in somehow involving them?
Yeah, so that's a good question. So we have been having some initial discussions with agency staff, some of them are in the room. I think we came to an agreement that it didn't make sense for them to have them as planning group members, but we want to make sure that they're tracking and they can weigh in where it seems appropriate to them. So I imagine they'll be participating in some of the working group discussions, attending planning group meetings if they're able to. But I think to your point, we want to make sure if there are ideas being generated, that we understand what are the regulatory parameters that we need to stay within. So I think there's a plan, at least an initial plan to make sure that we have that connection. The PG&E question is a very good one. They're not here at the meeting today. I think it would be great if we could get them in future meetings. But I think that, connecting that dot is going to be really important in the future. So, Ann, is your question specifically around was it around the Lake County tribal participation?
My question is specific to the planning group charter and understanding where this group gets to come in underneath in the membership and how it is open to other NGOs to be included as well as as I'm reading, I understand where the Lake County tribes. I'm Nicole Whipple, I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian tribe, but also with State of California Salmon. And so I'm just curious if this NGO is to come in from Lake County, is still open for others to join. Or do they fit into?
Yeah, well, this is a membership that we have constituted. I think if others are interested, they should let us know, and we'll I think it would happen in a similar way that one did.
Presenting the letter.
Yeah, I think so. So we're kind of adaptive as we go here.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay. So I just want to clarify, Jim. So we're not taking questions from members of the public right now. We are going to do public comment, but the meeting is not designed to have a back and forth between members of the public. And I'm sorry if that doesn't serve your need. Okay. Sorry, I've got you doing 3 things.
So my thought is about tribe. Have you ever thought about just getting the tribes together and having the tribes meet? But I think tribes are more flexible to meet each other than be in a public circle. Maybe having their own tribal government meeting and then somebody to the tribe in their event and bring it back here.
So we're open. I think what we heard in the conversation we've had so far is that the tribal representatives wanted to have a seat at the table. So that's why you do. If there's something that, if you're looking at the work chart, for example, you'd like to add to that, or there's something you think is going to serve your interest, we're totally open to that. We wanted to be responsive to the request that we got.
I can answer that. I just want to respond to the reaction. Lynn Rancheria hosted a meeting of tribes, I think a week and a half ago now. We are trying to have separate meetings for tribal caucus to discuss tribal interest. And that was my question about the numbers of planning members can meet without any meeting. So yes, there was an effort. Brenda, we want to get her your email address. We'll include you next time.
Thanks, sir. Good. Any other questions around charter, the scope of the group, expectations of planning group members?
I have a question. So I don't have any issues with additional parties joining this process, but I just noticed a pretty large discrepancy in how Nicole was treated and how the Pillsbury Alliance was treated as they both requested to be included in this forum. And I just want to flag that as like, if we have a process, I think we need to stick to it. And so if they were allowed to nominate the Pillsbury Alliance to join immediately, I think Nicole deserves the same courtesy.
thanks, Megan. So just to clarify, Kearns and West received a letter from the County Board of Supervisors last week, and we've been in contact with Frank and Carol in advance of the meeting. So we need a little time to prepare.
Okay.
So I apologize if that seemed like the retreatment wasn't equitable, so that's my mistake. I do want to make sure that ultimately we get to the same process and a similar kind of fairness. And so let's make sure that we do that. But that's the background, is we kind of came into the meeting knowing that, and this came a little bit in the moment. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I think just for some of us that they both felt like it was in the moment because that was background conversations. That at least I think some of us weren't privy to.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. Any other questions or comments? Are there any concerns around the charter that folks would like to voice? Or what we'd like to do is.
Around the whole charter?
Yeah.
Are we still walking through it, or is this? Okay.
That was it.
Okay. And I'll put my hand up.
1 second. Yeah, and if you could put up your name tag, then we get you.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
Be sure to.
I was speaking to the mic and I'll get louder than I can.
Very good.
So in the charter, the one thing in here was the very last thing on the last page. I had it in the response, but it's, the bit about proactive outreach to state and federal policy context. I don't quite understand this one in the context of this meeting. I mean, actually, I look around the table here, I'm assuming, I look at this here, there are a lot of folks here that have got state, relationship with state federal agencies and others, and these are public meetings. And it's not clear to me why there would be, I would expect it to be restricted. First of all, I'd expect this context to continue as this process goes forward. But I don't understand why they would be restricted in what they would say to a public official about what was said at a public meeting. So that's one thing. I don't understand what, it doesn't make sense to me. And the second, I just thought it's really vague, proactive outreach, about what? And I think that's really broad, and I think it's gonna be hard to tell just in place, like, what it actually is asking of people and whether or not we're violating this. And I would not want to be like accused of violating this if this were, I have a really hard time agreeing to this court. I just put out the one before it, I have no problem with as far as the press goes, and then this is just like common sense and courtesy to me, but yeah, the last one seems like a real problem. So,
okay,
just want to address that.
Yeah, I think that, I think the spirit's similar, so I think what we're trying to avoid, and I think we acknowledge that as representatives of your own organizations or agencies, you will continue to have a conversation. I think what we want to avoid or be careful about is having one member represent the voice of the whole group and saying, I'm part of the planning group, and the planning group wants to do X, Y, Z. And that's not, we're not agreeing to that. That has to do with, if you want to say my organization thinks X, Y, Z, I think that's fine. So the boundary, that being okay. But we want to avoid saying, as my organization, I'm speaking on behalf of another party that's here. Does that make sense? Or a collection of the planning groups.
I think that's fine, that's not what this says.
Okay.
That's the problem. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I think we could add that clarifying language. That's helpful.
So in that case, I'm looking at the process for the outreach, who approves it, does it go to other committees or approval before it goes out, and so what is the process for the outreach and the approval of it?
Do you mean the outreach on speaking behalf of the plan group for at large? Good question. We don't have that yet. I think that could be a role of the steering committee, but we haven't gotten there yet. I think we just want to make sure that that we're not getting ahead of ourselves, but that might be something that we work on together and to make sure everyone feels comfortable.
I guess just following up from Matt's comment, regarding that fourth bullet under external communications, it seems that your goal of not representing the whole group is covered by the first bullet. So the first bullet seems to address expressing the county group as a whole. And I think the last bullet is not missing that comment.
Thank you. I'd just like to note that we're puzzled why we're delaying the Russian River Resiliency Subcommittee until 2024, and certainly advocate that be enacted with the other working groups now. The reality is, the only purpose of that is to respond to droughts, climate change. And we saw in the last drought that issues with the facility and combined with climate change and the drought brought no water to the Russian River. So I think the idea of delaying working on local solutions just doesn't make sense, because when we have these increased and more severe droughts because of climate change, whatever the future facility is going to be, there's probably going to be no water to transfer. So if we want to get in front of things that are coming down, literally we're experiencing in real time, we should not delay. I just want to make that comment.
Okay, thank you. And that's something we can take into consideration, as you could imagine, there are resource consideration for what we can make possible. So I think all those things will have to be talked through, but I think your comments are right.
I was curious also under the subcategories for the different working groups, whether it's in a working group for water demand, or is that going to be included under water rights?
I think that those issues can be covered in both the water supply and fisheries group and the water rights and water management group.
I'm just curious question on. It's fairly large.
Yes, well, I think there are a lot of topics that will be cross-cutting across groups. This is our initial, bucketing of those topics into those 4 groups. But I think that, yeah, we'll certainly, we'll see how the discussions go. If it feels like that's not being adequately addressed, we could pivot at that point.
Don, are you? Anybody else? Okay, so I heard a couple comments around that piece at the end. I think those revisions we can accommodate. With those incorporated, I want to just set that the folks are comfortable committing to guidelines and expectations of the charter. Are there any other concerns? Okay. What we can do, what Prince and West can do is come back at the next meeting. We can show you those revisions, and then hopefully this group can kind of, rubber stamp that charter. And it's a living document. We're going to use it as a resource. The membership might change. Some of the sort of scope and goals might change as we move through the process, and so we're going to keep that updated as we move through it. So we will come back to it. We want to make sure you're comfortable with it. So next meeting we'll come back with a slightly updated version of the get on your size on. All right. All right. So let's move to interest and priorities among planning group members. And some of you all did get into this a little bit of your introduction. That's fine. But we're gonna kind of go back to it a little bit. So just a primer on the position, what the position and what the this is sort of the work we currently want does every day. So position is the stand taken by a party. It's a preferred solution, and it's what you want. So an example would be, I went up to the window. The interest is the underlying need or the underlying value, why you want what you want. And that could be, I feel hot, I need to cool down. In order to do that, you could open the window, you could put an ice pack on your head, you could drink some cold water. There's lots of things you can do. The value of working from interest, it gives you more options. It gives you the possibility to be creative around how you could potentially meet the interest of someone else. There could be someone who doesn't want the window open, but maybe there's a way you can get your needs met and have other needs met as well. Let's go to the next slide. So working from that stance of interest is what we call mutual gain, interest-based negotiation. This is what everything else does across California and across the country. So it's about satisfying your needs and interest by supporting other parties' needs, ultimately trying to make the pie larger across the group. The focus is on interest to be reconciled, hopefully not position or alignments. Within those interest options and concepts can be mixed and matched to create different agreements, new agreements, different possibilities. So the reason that we're asking you all today to talk about your interest And we're gonna come back to these, as we move through this process, is to really look across those interests and see what solutions, can we come up with to meet as many of them as possible. We might not be able to meet everyone's interest all the time, but that's the goal. So, with that in mind, what we have done for members of the public, we've asked the planning group members to identify their interests as it relates to the decommissioning of the Ukiah Valley project. Create a brief statement, and to share that today. And so we're gonna compile all these and we're gonna have this as a document that we can all resource. And this is a document we can update. Your interest can change or shift as we move through the process. But it's really helpful for us to have a snapshot, kind of like we did the interviews from the West did. But what are the interests across both basins? We want to know what the interests are at the table so we can look at where the solutions might come from. So with that in mind, let's go to the next slide. Dennis, we're gonna start with you. We're gonna ask you to share your statements of interest, hopefully within 2 minutes. We'll go around the table and then we will, then we'll get the planning group members who are online.
Yeah, Dennis Murphy again. My interest is in certainly the long-term viability of agriculture and other water users as well as the environment in Sonoma County in particular, and Alexander Valley even more specifically. I think my goal is to see as many of the resources and users of water in both systems to come out ahead, both recreation, fisheries, and agriculture. Like I said, I'm looking for long-term viability of agriculture and the sustaining critical mass of both fisheries and agriculture.
Okay, from our interest, we are Sonoma County Water Agency, we're interested in minimizing the impacts to water supply reliability, fisheries, water quality, and recreation in the Russian River and Eel River basins. We are also concerned or interested in protecting tribal, cultural, economic, and other interests in both basins, and protecting and improving the health and economic welfare of both basins. And additionally, we're interested in solutions that are affordable and equitable, have broad support, can be implemented from a water rights perspective, and are acceptable to both PERC and PG.
And as the planning group members are sharing interest, please state your name and affiliation so that the folks online can hear. Thanks.
Alan Nelson, and same talk here, but I'm just interested to see how much water they're actually going to wind up with. But the other thing is the cost of the water. If it becomes really, quite expensive, it's going to eliminate a lot of marginal operations too.
Don Engel with Sonoma County, Sonoma Resource Conservation District. RTD sees the future where the natural resources of Sonoma County are abundant and available to all people, ecosystem, ag, and the economy. The Sonoma RCD's district stems from San Pablo Bay, the county, to the coast, to the mountains. And so in the context of water availability, what are the integrated systems, what are the integrated needs that are going to need to be implemented among the entire area to ensure long-term water supply, recharging, sourcing. In addition, I work with Elizabeth and others on voluntary water sharing program within the Russian River. And how is management of water rights, collaboration, how is that going to work in the context of governance and the ultimate water supply and timing of water supply as it comes to the Ukiah Valley? Thank you.
Brandon, actually, the Mendocino County agricultural interests. Since the installation of the Ukiah Valley project over 100 years ago, agriculture along the Russian River has been able to evolve and thrive because of the water provided from the project. Farmers and ranchers within the watershed now depend on this water supply, with many being granted rights for the use of their water. The future of agriculture, as well as the secondary benefits provided for these lands, such as open space, fire breaks, excuse me, wildlife corridors, and pervious soil and groundwater recharge, could be impacted if proper steps are not taken to ensure the continuation of a viable year-round water supply. With the numerous unknowns surrounding the future of the project, there is a vested interest in having agricultural voices represented in this forum to speak to the dynamic concerns and the concerns that farmers and ranchers have. Irrigated agriculture conservatively contributes well over $500 million per year to the economy of Mendocino County. As well, the Ukiah Valley project directly affects the livelihoods of 700,000+ people in 3 counties. Clearly, as stated by recommendation for this group, we have the same interests as many groups. Analysis of the Ukiah Valley project and other water supply options as dam removal has benefits and detriments. Define timelines in the BG&E license surrender process. Define water supply availability in the interim between now and any project alterations. Water supply alternatives to continuing the Ukiah Valley burden and cost, as well as clarification of water.
I'm Terry Crowley, again, City of Healdsburg Utility Director, for the City of Healdsburg and other municipalities that have been on the Russian River for water. You know, there's confidence that there's an ethical solution that we can find. We have concerns about the health of riparian habitat, as communities that live along the Russian River. But really would like to see and need to find predictable water supply from year to year. We have communities that are sustaining and they have a dependency on that water and they need predictability in that supply. I believe that we also need to look at balancing the supply of the water with the demands of the water. Also believe that we need to look at and find ways to maintain the affordability of that water supply for all of us.
Mike Shaver, Water Resource Manager with the Ukiah Valley Tribe. The Ukiah Valley Tribe has ancestral lands and current property ownership in both the Eel and Russian River watersheds. Lands are under state control and also federal trust lands the tribe has direct governance over. The tribe has interest in water conservation, fisheries improvements, drinking water supply and demand, sustainable farming, and watershed management to minimize downpoint sources. I'll leave Greg Young, the lead representative for the tribe, to expand on these interests at a later date.
Beth Salomon from the Mendocino County Russian River Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. As our name indicates, the district spans a great deal of interest. So we align very much with the water in regards to all of the comments that Mike made with supply and health ecosystem, and also with the Resource Conservation District as well, in keeping that watershed health overall. But as I said earlier, the most important thing is these relationships, building relationships. I also agree that I'd like to see the resiliency group come up with a timeline quite a bit, because this is going to be an effort that's going to span a lot of focuses in order to maintain the health of both watersheds. If you'd like to know more about our district specifically, the position statement that will be submitted will have a little information. But in the interest of building relationships, please find me and let's set up a time. I'd love to talk to anyone who's interested in finding more about the district and how we represent the constituents of Mendocino County. We do supply water retailers, agriculture, commerce, and the environment through our work.
Hello, I'm Karen Carter. I'm on the for the Sonoma Local Nation. The people that are now called the Sonoma Local Nation originated in the Ukiah Valley and some of their ports will be removed by settlers after Volga. And I'm going to read the rendition statement and vision, which covers the overarching perspective of the Sonoma Nation. for, instead of breaking it down to this particular project, looking at it as a whole, looking at it as not just component, it's looking at the whole of the health of the watershed. The Penobscot Oklahoma Nation secures tribal government, affirms and protects tribal sovereignty, and maintains government-to-government relationships. The nation is dedicated to developing and maintaining cooperative alliances that benefit the nation and local communities. The nation is committed to the preservation of the history, culture, and traditions. The nation provides for the health, safety, and welfare of its citizens, while promoting economic self-sufficiency and personal independence. The vision is to see the community being healthy spiritually, physically, emotionally, and mentally. We will become independent and self-sufficient through economic development. Self-government will be carried out through leadership focused on cultural and traditional values. Taking actions needed to protect and bring our people into balance. We see ourselves passing on the knowledge and wisdom of our ancestors to generate future generations and encouraging understanding of communities outside of our own. Water is life. Thank you.
Good morning. Again, I'm Matt Clifford. I'm the tribal member. And I'll just say, well, I'll say first of all, we're a national nonprofit organization that was dedicated to cold water conservation. We have, over the past decade, we and our partners have substantial investments, tens of millions of dollars in underground restoration of both watersheds. So that's our background. We're committed to recovery of endangered fish on both sides. And I'm going to say just right up front, as I did a little while ago, that our main interest in, in connection with this whole proceeding here is we looking to secure the removal of both project damage. And I know that sounds blunt. I know it sounds like I gotta have enough interest. I don't want to think in terms of interest and stuff. And so I really want you to understand what underlies that bottom line, which is basically that this has been studied for quite a long time. We've been involved in this for a number of years now. So a lot of work done on fish passage, et cetera, on the Eel River populations through the ad hoc and various other forums. We know a lot about that. My organization has a lot of experience nationwide with dealing with this. Fish, and we just know that this is one way that we can ensure that we know it's compatible with the long-term recovery of endangered fish on the eel side. We don't want our grandkids to be sitting here at tables like this one arguing about what are we going to do about fish passage on the eel. How are we going to get fish up without involving other kinds of stuff? We want a sustainable solution over time. And so, elsewhere in the charter, I noticed you encourage people to be transparent up front about the bottom line. So we want to be really transparent about that one. We will not be part of something that doesn't consistent with that. But say it up front, but I hope people understand why. Having said that, second, we also are really a second interest in this group. We want to find a sustainable solution for the Russian side. We really need long-term sustainability, and we believe that a continued diversion in the absence of the dams can be part of that solution. And there's a lot of legal and technical and financial things that are going to happen for that, for that to take place. But we are 100% committed to working to help make that happen. And we really hope that can be the focus of this group. That's a strong interest of ours as well. Lastly, I'm going to echo the comments made by Russian Riverkeeper a while ago. We would really like to see the community take up sooner rather than later this idea of sustainability on the Russian side, other than continued diversions from the eel. Because regardless of what happens with the diversion, that's going to be an important issue. Those dams are going to be in place for a number of years down forward. We hope not long, they'll be there for a while. And things are going to get worse and tighter before they get better, given the seismic problems and lack of storage over there and flow requirements, et cetera. So we really urge really not to defer this around those issues. Thank you.
Again, Tony Williams, North Grand Water District. I just want to point out that North Grand Water District has been an active participant in the Potter Valley affairs and in fact the Russian River supply since 1970s. We've been reliant on Russian River water since the 60s. But generally, the district supports continued diversions of water from the Potter Valley project into the Russian River to maintain water supply reliability and to support the investments that have been made in the Russian River to support endangered fish species. by both Sonoma County Water Agency and ourselves as a water contractor. And we generally support the establishment of a regional entity to acquire certain elements of the Potter Valley project and the water rights necessary to continue such diversions. And we'll continue to work with Sonoma County Water Agency in evaluating what financial contributions make sense to North Point Water District that are obviously proportional to the benefit received. At the end of the day, though, whatever that solution might be, whatever that diversion looks like, has to be sustainable for the environments of both watersheds.
I'm Greg Tucker, I'm a consultant working in Humboldt County. The Eel River does flow through Humboldt County for 81 miles. It supports numerous Humboldt County communities and farms, and is essential to the cultures of several Humboldt County tribal nations, including the Wiat, the Bear River Band, the Runnable Rancheria, and the Blue Lake Rancheria. Historically, Eel River salmon was a significant contributor to the commercial fisheries and sport fishing economy in Humboldt County. But today, the fisheries in the Eel River are in pretty poor shape. We've had runs of salmon extirpated from the eel, and we've got other runs of salmon that are on the endangered species list. Humboldt County appreciates the fact that over time, water diversions to our southern neighbors have provided an important water supply to the region. In an effort to address the expiration of the FERC license to operate the PVP in a manner that meets everyone's needs, Humboldt County has actively participated in efforts led by Congressman Huffman to develop a two-basin solution since 2017. In 2019, the county passed a resolution affirming support for the collaborative effort to solve these issues and concerns associated with the future of the Potter Valley project. Humboldt County's primary interest in this matter is restoration of Eel River fisheries. And the county remains hopeful that fisheries restoration is compatible with addressing the water supply reliability needs of communities on the Russian River.
Hello, I'm Jennifer Burke. I'm the director of the Water Department for Santa Rosa. We provide water supply to 275,000 residents in Santa Rosa. As I mentioned earlier, we are the largest water contractor for water from Sonoma Water. And interest category again is Sonoma County water suppliers. My comments are going to be very similar to Tony Williams. We have policy direction from our city council that we are interested in seeing a continued flow of water from the project into the Russian. And we are interested in maintaining the water supply reliability of the Russian River, as well as supporting the significant investment that has been made by the water contractors and Sonoma Water in restoration of the Russian River fisheries. We are generally interested in seeing a regional entity be formed to acquire whatever is needed to continue that flow, as well as whatever needed water rights. We are receptive to funding that entity, but it has to be proportional to the benefit received. We also want to continue to have opportunities for meaningful input on the forum and input on any water supply resiliency project evaluation, and ensure that any decisions made are consistent with our contractual agreement with Sonoma Water, which is known as the restructured agreement for water supply. I will note as water contractors, and that is the 9 main purchasers of water from Sonoma Water. We are still working on that issue statement, and so I don't have that for you today. Thank you.
Hi, Vivian Hellwell with Pacific Coast Federation of Fishermen's Associations and the Institute for Fisheries Resources. Our main interest is in restoring Eel River fisheries so that they can support an ocean fishery and the other fisheries that benefit our coastal communities. I'm going to hand out our interest statement around the table. And it might look like more of a position in some ways, but we've already been to 6 years of these meetings to try to determine what would be the most affordable solution for both basins. And we would like to help the Russian River come to terms with the fact that there probably won't be any water available from the Eel River, considering climate change and the obsolete nature and the engineering age out of the Scott River, the Scott Dam, and what it would take to upgrade Cape Horn Dam to make it okay for fisheries. We had all the agencies at the table for 6 years. We've been going to these meetings. We were in all the working groups for water supply and fisheries. And 50 years ago, our organization opposed the relicensing of the Potter Valley project. 100 years ago, Humboldt County vigorously opposed these diversions and the applications for these diversions. I just went and looked in the 1922 Humboldt County Supervisor's resolutions, where they named all the harms that would come to Humboldt County and the cost that it would be to the Eel River to have this diversion. And those things did come to pass. And all the benefits that the Russian River has received from using this water have been at the cost of the Eel River and its fisheries. So we want to promote a full basin restoration in the Eel River and help the Russian River folks figure out how to live within their means. Because none of us are going to have enough water for everything that we need. So you'll see that we support removal of both dams, as these years of meetings of expert working groups determined that basically nobody can afford to keep these dams in place, to build a fish ladder that will go above Scott Dam. And now we have a seismic issue that's been recognized that with a lot of the information is not public. The Bartlett Springs Fault is the eastern arc of the Cascadia subduction zone, known along the shore. USGS maps identify it as the Cascadia megathrust. If you can think about a megathrust. So we are at the table with all of you, and I hear a large willingness to help each other solve their problems, and so we want to be part of that conversation ongoing. The fisheries offshore of the Eel River, not only have we lost the numbers of fish that were available from the eel, but because of our very conservative fisheries management that protects the weakest stocks, including those listed under the ESA, it prevents us from fishing for other stocks in the ocean. We fish with hook and line only, and the stocks are mixed in the ocean. There's a mixed stock fishery with a weak stock protection. So this is an ongoing conversation, and we appreciate being part of it. Thank you.
Yeah. I'm Sean Lyons, the Director of Water Resources for the city of Ukiah. The city of Ukiah is the oldest and largest municipal water supplier in the upper Russian River. City of Ukiah has been supplying the water as far back as the 1870s, which actually predates the PVC by a number of decades. Since that time, however, the PVC has permanently altered the hydrologic landscape of the Russian River. And to that end, the city has been actively involved in discussion regarding PVC benefit location of the water power commission back in 1996. We were also active participants in the ad hoc or two basin solution meetings as well. I think we would just like to see a collaborative solution that creates a sustainable water supply for our city, irrigation, agriculture, but also environment and fisheries in our region. all of these things are what make this area, what it is, and we would like to see all of them. Receive beneficial outcomes from this project.
Janet Polly, Chair, Mendocino County Inland Water and Power Commission. Let me just explain what that is. We're a joint powers authority. Our member agencies are the Mendocino County Water Agency, City of Ukiah, Potter Valley Irrigation District, Redwood Valley County Water District, and the Mendocino County Flood Control and Water Conservation Improvement District. As I mentioned earlier, collectively, these agencies represent all the people who are either completely dependent upon or partially dependent upon the water that's diverted from the Eel River through the project. Since 2019, IWPC has been one of the members of the Two Basin Partnership. In that partnership, we developed a series of shared objectives that we believe we're going to benefit both watersheds in this ongoing issue of, at that point in time, relicensing of the Ukiah Valley project. Of course, that is not going to continue, and now we're in the surrender process. We believe it's really important that all of us should be engaged in this water forum. And for IWPC, that is particularly important because this effort, we hope, will ultimately lead to the formation of a larger regional entity that will own, operate, and fund continuing diversions from the Eel River while supporting improvement of conditions for listed species of fish in both the Eel River and the Russian River.
My name is Bree Clotter. I serve on the board of the Redwood Valley County Water District, also a small vineyard owner. Redwood Valley is a small rural community, and the water district was created over 50 years ago. Unfortunately, during that time, we've been unable to identify a reliable, secure source of water within its boundaries. As a result, our district is permitted to purchasing surplus water from Russian River Flood Control District when it's available, and more recently, potable water from the district to the southwest. So assuring a more secure water source is terribly important to my community. As I mentioned earlier, our family was left homeless in the 2017 Redwood Conference fire, and I understand the importance of having a water source for the helicopters to get water out of it. I've been following with interest the efforts and perspectives of the IWPC and the entities involved in the Two Basin solution over the last several years. I recognize that the challenges facing the water forum are many, and the answers are elusive. I also suspect that any solution will require compromise on all parties. I've been reading the biography of Harry Truman, and a line in the book resonated with the process before us. Harry Truman was listening to a couple of his cabinet members argue about an intractable problem. He interrupted them and simply said, "Don't argue about it, solve it." I hope that we as a group can move forward with that bottom line.
Karen, as chairman for the Ukiah Tribe. So mine's short and simple. The Ukiah Tribe have been relying on the Eel River since time immemorial. That's how long we've been on that water. That water has taken care of us, been part of our culture, been part of the ceremonies. It also has the largest salmon fisheries in the early 1900s, which is no longer there. Our salmon are dying because we had nowhere to go. We need to bring back the health of the Eel River. And in order for us to do this, we just need to stop what we're doing and let it come back to health. Because if it doesn't come back to health, I'm going to say this, nobody's going to have water. The Eel River is dying. In 2014, I don't know if many of you know that we could walk across the Eel River in Fortuna. That's how dry it was. Our river is dying. We need to take care of it. We need to bring it back to health so everybody can have water. The Eel River is the main source. If we don't take care of it, sorry guys, none of us are going to have water.
My name is Kathy Monroe. I'm on the board of the Mendocino County Resource Conservation District. Its mission is to conserve, protect, restore wild and working landscapes for the health of Mendocino County's water, soil, and forest. Our service area is Mendocino County, which includes parts of both the Eel and the Russian watershed, so we feel it's important to steward both. As we consider ourselves to be a non-regulatory and neutral party, our goal is to ensure that every interest is recognized and respected in this process. With a 78-year history of collaborative partnerships, voluntary stewardship, and science-based decision-making, the MCRCD relies on trusted relationships with landowners, farmers, tribes, conservation organizations, and local, state, federal agencies to plan, fund, and implement conservation programs and projects. We seek to find common goals and provide solutions, especially for those most likely to be severely impacted by the changes at the Potter Valley Project, and can provide information and resources for long-term water supply sustainability, including implementing water use efficiency, increased water storage, and health encouragement, cooperative water sharing, rainwater attachment, and use of alternative water resources. We're very much interested in resilience.
Tyrone Mitchell, Ukiah Valley, but Kill Tribe Indians. Our interest here is, as always, we've been a tribe within these territorial lands since time immemorial. We've been a healthy steward of our lands since settlers come in. We want to maintain that ability, and we want to build on that with establishing more tribal rights in the area, gaining more grants for all of our neighbors to build off of. There are a lot of environmental grants that are going around right now, and the tribes do have the ability to bring a lot to the table and restore a healthy ecosystem to this valley. Like I said, we've been healthy stewards of this valley since time immemorial. All the tribes in this room here are forests that you guys can use and utilize. Thank you.
Len O'Gordy, Board of Supervisors for Mendocino County, First District Supervisor, and my territory basically covers mostly the Russian River watershed. It also goes into the Eel watershed. So that's where the water is, that's where the irrigation facilities are. I fish are up there, we care about all those things. You know, from my perspective, Mendocino County is very concerned about having a reliable and resilient, affordable water supply in the Russian River Basin for all stakeholders, not necessarily in this order, but it includes communities, agriculture, tribes, fish and wildlife. What we're looking at is a retooling of a system that was designed in the 1800s. That's going to, first of all, putting on our thinking caps and kind of like a good way to store water if we're going to have a running river system. I'm also chair of the Ukiah Valley Basin Groundwater Sustainability Agency. As we look to build climate resiliency in California, we have to look at storing water in the ground at times of high flow. And this is something that I think is going to be part of the solution long-term to the Russian River water supply. But that's going to take significant investment from the state. If you think about it, you can take water from Lake Shasta and get to San Diego. We can't get water from Fort Bragg to Mendocino through a pipe. The state of California has not participated in investment. We're going to be calling on you because our interests go beyond just our local community. We're also being asked to take care of public trust resources, which is really in the past. I'm very concerned about the degradation of the riparian areas of both systems. They're in bad shape, they're hammered. And that has to be part of our solution to this. The tribal members talk about making our systems healthy for fisheries. The second part of this issue is how do we balance protecting public trust resources with our other needs? And I think that has to be a very important part of the discussion. We can't afford to let species go extinct on our watch. I don't think, and as Sean White said, there should be mutually exclusive for us to be able to manage water and fisheries.
Thank you.
My name is John Mack. I'm the manager of the Natural Resources Division at Sonoma. Sonoma County and the health and function of the Russian River watershed are inextricably intertwined. Counties involved with all aspects of it. From Sonoma, the Sonoma County's Permit and Resource Management Department, its land use planning agency for unincorporated Sonoma County. Broad land use responsibilities, including planning, regulation, housing, resiliency, environmental justice, permitting, environmental review, natural resource management, aggregate resource management, water resource management, public trust review, all of which are related to the county as a whole and to the Russian River watershed in particular. Other county departments have significant responsibilities relating to these issues, including regional parks, health services, emergency management, public infrastructure, the county administrator's office, and its climate action and resiliency divisions, and the office of energy. Otter Valley project decommissioning process will likely include significant discussions and decision making that will significantly affect the Russian River and the interests of Sonoma County. In addition to those already mentioned, the county is very interested in how the decommissioning process will affect the health and economic welfare of its residents, how it will affect the county's resiliency to effects of climate change, including water supply, reliability, water quality, and recreation. The county would also like to see equitable solutions for everyone affected by that process, including the county's residents, tribes, marginalized groups, and all of our neighbors who share the natural resources provided by the Indian and Russian River. For all these reasons, the county is committed to finding solutions that meet regional water needs while restoring and enhancing fisheries and ecosystem health in the Eel and Russian River watershed.
I'm Megan Quinn, American Rivers. I'll keep this short because my comments will probably sound very similar to Matt Clifford's. American Rivers is a national nonprofit that advocates and works towards the protection and restoration of all rivers. That for us includes everything from the smallest mountain stream to large rivers and our urban creeks. Our work includes addressing the challenges and threats that rivers face through collaborative river restoration that ensures the preservation of services a river provides. And that's through solutions identified by inclusive stakeholder processes, like I hope this one can be. I'm also not going to hide the ball. American River's interest here is in removing both dams associated with the Ukiah Valley project. That said, we often join coalitions to ensure that all services those types of projects provide are maintained. And so we do also have an interest in ensuring a secure water supply for those that benefit from the current diversion. You know, how that's achieved, I think, depends on what this group decides. And to that extent, I'd like to echo Russian River Keeper's earlier comments about addressing sustainable solutions and efficient solutions now rather than delaying that process, because you know, we all know what the swing between drought and deluge in California has looked like over the past 20 years, and that's only going to accelerate based on current science. So I think identifying a variety of solutions at the forefront and then evaluating them as replacements for a project that's currently being decommissioned is the best way to achieve those goals.
John McInhill with Russian River Keeper. We've been involved with the Ukiah Valley PG&E project since 1998. We're a member of the Two Basin Solution Partnership. And as Russian River Keeper, our focus is on ensuring that all users of our watershed are good stewards of our shared watershed and are using our limited resources efficiently. This includes focusing on solutions available to us that are not fully utilized, like real-time monitoring, metering and reporting, better understanding interconnected streams, increasing conservation, expanding recycled water delivery systems, and science-based recharge projects. There is still much we can do to increase our available supply within our own watershed without having to be so reliant on another. Our environment is continually evolving, and users must learn to evolve with those changes more readily. We're interested in positive solutions to the closing modification of PG&E's Ukiah Valley project that are agreeable to stakeholders in both watersheds. We would like to see the health of both watersheds supported, recognizing that diversion was established at a very different time when its environmental and cultural impacts the Eel River were not really understood. Thank you.
Charles Panner with CalTrau. CalTrau works to ensure healthy waters and resilient wildlife for California. It's our belief that abundant wild fish indicate healthy waters, and that healthy waters benefit all Californians. One of our organization's primary initiatives is the restoration of the Eel River, and a key component of that initiative and our primary interest in the disposition of the Ukiah Valley project is to secure unobstructed fish passage into the headwaters and restoration of ecological processes in the Eel River. We believe this is best accomplished through the removal of both dams and in a timely manner. We've worked for a number of years through Congressman Huffman's ad hoc and then as a member of the Two Basin Partnership with diverse interests to seek collaborative solutions to those goals. And I would say to that extent, we remain willing to work with other parties on our shared goals, including potentially a continued diversion, water supply resiliency in both basins. And I would add that a secondary interest is to proceed with a sense of urgency because we really do believe that that's necessary for success here.
Hello, I'm Doug Burley, the Director of Sonoma County Regional Parks, and certainly our priorities around the Russian River areas in Sonoma County are focused largely right now on expanding public access. We see our very high levels of existing demands for outdoor recreation. Currently, the county operates 9 river parks on the river, but that's in addition to numerous special districts and private properties provide outdoor recreation to the outdoor recreation economy. We are working diligently to develop additional river parks with the goal of providing access to facilities that support responsible recreation, individual connections, and interest in the health and vitality of the river and its ecosystem. Secondly, we're working to provide facilities that reduce impacts from recreation while sustaining and improving water quality. Instead of seeing high levels, and working to change our marketing principles, and actually is the opportunity to get involved with advice and impacts on the river. And finally, we were working very collaboratively with partners on larger scale projects in the mainstream as well as providing ownership. The regional park system is significant thousands of acres of watershed that protect partners. And looking at enhancing enhancing river function, fish habitat, flood mitigation, drought resilience, outdoor recreation, in addition to other public benefits.
Thanks, Bert. We're going to go to our folks, our planning group members who are online. So Matt, you just let us know who's up and everything you can post to the screen here.
Hi, Alicia Heyman here from Friends of the Eel River. Friends of the Eel River was founded back in 1994 in large part to address the problems caused by the Potter Valley Project. Our mission is to work for the recovery of the wild and scenic Eel River, its fisheries, and its communities. We know that the single best action we can take toward recovery is to allow the river's native fish to return to the cold water habitat in the upper basin. We support removal of both dams, and we know that it must be done quickly to begin to correct the century of injustice that this project has caused to Eel River fish and those who rely on them. And I just, want to be really clear too that we're participating in this process in part to ensure that dam removal is not delayed at any further expense to the Eel River. Thank you very much.
Hey everybody, Wyatt Smith, Round Valley Indian Tribes. Again, Chairman Britton is currently dealing with a developing situation up here, so that's why you got me. I want to state for the record that I am not an enrolled member of Round Valley Indian Tribes, but I do represent the tribes biologically. My statement is meant to articulate the interests of RVIT's tribal community, but I am in no way speaking for any tribal members in particular. It's my hope that if there are RVIT tribal members there in person today or on this call virtually, that the committee and this group recognizes that and allows them to express their personal interests and goals as tribal representatives. With that being said, the Round Valley Reservation and the tribe's ancestral territory are located in the Eel River watershed. And for thousands of years, the Eel River has been a source of water, food, and cultural resources for the tribes. The tribes hold senior federal reserve water rights in the watershed, derived from Aboriginal use and occupancy in the creation of the Round Valley Reservation by the United States in 1856. RVIT tribal lands are surrounded by three sides of the Eel River: the North Fork, the Middle Fork, and the main stem eel. The tribes today continue to depend on the Eel River for essential aspects of their culture and their way of life. Restoring the Eel River watershed from its degraded condition and reviving a salmon fishery that is near extinction are primary goals of the tribes. This includes the removal of both dams at the Potter Valley Project, in which Cape Horn Dam and the Van Arsdale Diversion Facility are a part and is a principal stressor on the Eel River and our salmonid habitat. Presently, Round Valley Indian Tribes Tribal Council, our legal counsel, and our tribal community recognize that there are two decommissioning options for Cape Horn Dam, in which full volitional fish passage and a water diversion can both be achieved. Today, we're working with our partners and our allies, and the tribes are currently preparing a long-term watershed-wide Eel River restoration plan. And we look forward to the cultural and ecological benefits of a free-flowing Eel River. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Bruno Sabatier, District Supervisor for the County of Lake. I am going to speak in place of Supervisor Crandall, who had an urgent situation to deal with. I want to thank the room for inviting us to be a part of this. That was actually one of our many interests in this area of the decommissioning of the dams and the Potter Valley project and so on and so forth. We have not had a seat at the table in other conversations, so being here, one of our interests have already been met, and I appreciate that. Some of our interests, obviously, we have a community that lives around and in Lake Pillsbury. It is an attraction and destination for tourism. We would love to see that continue in seeing the costs of what it would take to continue having the dam, but we recognize that that's a path that's probably going to be very difficult to hold on to. But at the same time, taking the dam down, what we've seen and looking at the environmental review from PG&E and their plan, it would leave what we believe would be an environmental disaster behind in the headwaters of the Eel River. We need to make sure that if the dam is taken down, that every appropriate action is taken to restore the headwaters, or else we could talk about fish all we want, but they will not make it to their spawning areas like everyone is hoping for. And so that is one of our interests, is to ensure that the headwaters are restored appropriately. And speaking of headwaters, our greatest interest is water rights, and also to support any and all of the goals that we can for the others around the table. Thank you.
That did not have a chance yet. Okay. All right. Well, thank you all for going. I know there's a little time. Thank you all for going through that. It's important. We want to make sure that Curtis West has your statement for your file them. It'll be a resource for the planning group, others to reference. And we can come back to you. So thank you for both taking the time to articulate your interest and sharing it with the group. We're now going to take lunch. We're a little ahead of time, which is nice. So we're gonna we're at 12:20, so we're gonna take a half-hour lunch. So we're gonna come back at 12:50. Maybe we can end a meeting a little early. So we have a half an hour. We are providing lunch for the planning group members. We're gonna bring out lunch. There are a couple options for others that are nearby here. For the resource agency partners for here, we can provide lunch for you as well. So yeah, we'll be back here at 12:50, and the Curtis West staff will be around. If anyone has any questions, please come find us. Otherwise, we'll see you back here in half an hour.
Oh, it sounds like it's
Yeah, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I think it'll be. Transition to that. You know.
Nice. They're gonna transcribe it, so I can't hear it. I'm gonna read it. Yeah. I can.
I haven't seen it.
Yeah, no. It's going to be about. Yeah, well, I like
Okay, so just an overview of the afternoon. Again, our goal is to go till about 3 today. Jim is going to give an overview presentation of the Ukiah Valley project and the commissioning process. We'll then give an overview of the working group, which is supposed to have questions about, and those future discussion topics, some of the specific questions that we dive into. Talk a little bit about what the membership should look like for the working groups and the steering committee. And then we'll talk a bit about next steps, including scheduling, future planning group meetings, talking about the technical briefings, which is going to be the first step of the working groups. And we do want to make sure we're making time for public comment. We have received, I believe, 2 cards from members of the public who would like to provide comments. So if you would like to, please fill out a card and bring it up to the table. We'll get you to. Okay, with that, I will turn it over to Jim for a presentation on product.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to be speaking on just a very quick high-level background on the Ukiah Valley timeline, the decommissioning process, where we are in that process, and who makes the efforts to date, and how those connect with the decommissioning process. And just a caveat before we get started here, I want to thank Tom Johnson, with consultant to Mendocino, and also to Charlie Calcao and his colleague Rick Collins for helping put together these slides and research. I also just recognize that there are many people in the room that have extremely deep knowledge of the subject matter, and the purpose of this is to kind of level set coming back. So I will take 10 or 12 minutes, and then we'll have some time for questions. Next slide, Andy. So, of course, recognizing the tribes have lived with rivers since time immemorial. And it's also, as mentioned earlier, there were many uses of the river before the Ukiah Valley project was constructed. But starting with the infrastructure dates here, 1908, a corn dam and the diversion became operational. 1921, Scott Dam was completed, forming Pillsbury. Year after that, the first project license was issued by the Federal Power Commission, the precursor to the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, for 50 years. 1930, DPU assumed ownership of the project and the license. And then Ukiah Valley Dam, of course, is not part of the Ukiah Valley project, but it's very relevant to the management of water on the Russian River. And it was completed in 1958, forming the Mississippi. And so in the first 75 years of the project, average Ukiah Valley project conversion to about 155,000 cubic feet per year. Next slide, Andy. So around the 1983 is the next license that was issued for the project. First, there was a lengthy process involved very intensive fishery studies and resulted in the minimum flow requirements for the Eel River below Cape Horn Dam. Another key decision related to the flows was the State Water Resources Control Board decision 1610, which that interim flow requirements. It's still that's interim flow requirements for fisheries and recreation in the Russian River. Relevant to the operation of the local casino, and that decision was took as a given versions from the project upstream of the Lake Sea. So by 2000, the system had been studied quite extensively, and the environmental issues with the Ukiah Valley project were well known. Fish passage challenges at Cape Horn Dam, passage clearly as Ukiah Dam, and the alteration of the Eel River hydrograph and issues related to that with summer water quality. Benefits of the project also understood, including some water temperature control and year-round water supply down the field. And to, of course, the road. Yes. Henry, next. A couple of other key points in the process related to flows and habitat. In 2002, the National Marine Fisheries Service issued a biological opinion for the Eel River that required releases to mimic the natural hydrograph downstream of the Ukiah Valley project. And those flow requirements were then incorporated in the license for the project in 2004. And that significantly responsible for the change in versions. Bottom here, versions from 84 to 2005, about 135,000 acre feet. Those were averages in the past 16 years, have been around averaging 60,000 acres per year. So then the second bullet here is the biological opinion for the Russian River, which altered flow requirements there for habitat reasons. Actually would require lower minimum flows at certain times for habitat reasons. And this is just, there are a number of ongoing studies and projects, additional projects in particular that are working to fine tune flow, how flows are managed downstream of Lake Mendocino for habitat on Russian River. So getting into decommissioning, PG&E filed the paperwork to initiate the licensing process in April of 2017. Soon after that, the consultation, including the ad hoc committee, grew to include 25 parties, and with the goals listed here, and the ad hoc committee. And I know that a number of you here have participated in that ad hoc committee met quarterly for almost 4 years from 2018 through February of 2022. Next slide. So in February, getting into the sort of step-by-step in the decommissioning process, in February 2018, FERC issued the study plan determination, which lays out the studies that would need to be conducted to inform FERC's decision on the relicensing of the project. Later that year, PG&E issued a solicitation to sell the project and sought expressions of interest from the parties. A few months later, PG&E notified FERC that it was discontinuing the licensing effort, the relicensing effort, and also stopping efforts to sell the project. So a few significant changes in direction here. So in response to that, 5 members of the ad hoc committee, listed here, and also represented here, Caltrout, Willis County, IWBC, Grand Valley Tribe, Indian Tribes, and Water, agreed to pursue filing a notice of intent to obtain the license to operate the project. And this group is called by several different names, including the Two Basin Partnership, the NOI parties, and the community agreement parties. All that same collection of 5 parties. And then in June of that year, group filed a notice of intent. The following year, the party filed a feasibility study report that included the following here. Following changes to the Ukiah Valley project, the proposal for changes to the Ukiah Valley project facilities, including removal of Scott Dam, modification of Cape Horn Dam, and increasing the diversion capacity at the NR-scale diversion. And then there were studies that needed to be done associated with that new plan. And an interim study report, initial study report was filed a few months later, which detailed progress on the studies that had initially been required. PG&E was pursuing the relicensing, as well as modifications to the study that needed to be done to evaluate the proposed changes. And then, this being part of the process, there was significant comment from the public and agencies on that study plan. So then the next step in the licensing process, the first issues the study plan determination, which is kind of a ruling on the proposed set of studies, and that came out in March of 2021. And the cost of those studies is estimated at $18 million, and it was expected to take 2 years to complete them. We're recalling that the deadline for submitting the license application is still April of 2022. So it was recognition that it was costly and the time was very short. The NOI parties sought to raise funds or identify funds to support those studies, and also asked if the deadline would be pushed back. Parties were not able to secure funding, and the deadline FERC declined to extend it. So by January 2022, the NOI parties notified FERC that they would not be funding the license application by the deadline of April 2022. Following month after that, PG&E notified FERC that it would be previously. FERC directed PG&E to prepare, as the deadline for the relicensing application passed, FERC directed PG&E to prepare a plan and schedule for surrendering the license to the project. And then in July, so then PG&E proposed a schedule for pursuing that decommissioning plan, the license surrender and decommissioning plan. That plan was approved by FERC at the end of July of last year. And the steps in that approved plan and schedule include PG&E preparing a draft decommissioning plan by late this year, and seeking comment from stakeholders and resource agencies on the plan, and then preparing a revised plan to be filed with FERC by January of 2025. So we are partway through that process now of PG&E preparing the draft decommissioning plan. Next slide. So what do we know about, so again, what's in the decommissioning plan? So PG&E, as a regulated utility, is obligated to seek to minimize the costs and liabilities to the ratepayers. So the plan will need to satisfy those requirements. PG&E in the second sub-bullet here has communicated to some parties that the November 2023 filing will include the removal of all project facilities. So PG&E has been talking to stakeholders and making statements about what it is expecting to do. And then just looking forward, FERC will consider the decommissioning plan and then issue an order. And after that, there's still many steps to follow. Additional design, permitting, and approvals in order to be done in order to complete it. We've got about 20-25 minutes on the schedule. We'd be like, and just also recognize that I may not be able to answer them, but note them and maybe other.
Right, so just, and I see there, just, yeah, in recognition that there's a lot of activity in the room and history here, and I think our goal here is to get everyone with a common understanding. So, Jim Fred's presentation with help with Kearns and West, we do not have the expertise that you have. So I think if there are issues that need to be resolved, this is a good fertile territory for working group discussions to further unpack this. But with that said, let's see what questions there are. We'd like to hear those too among the planning.
So the prior markers that some parties Just wanted to put those parties up.
I mean, I don't want to speak for anyone else, but.
I won't speak for anyone else, but we've had that discussion with PG&E, and you're aware of a number of other people have as well, and we've corroborated what they told us with multiple other parties. So they told us they're sharing the same information with everyone. They told us it's public, we don't need to be private, and I would just urge anyone that's interested in that information to reach out to PG&E and just ask them for that. I'm sure that's any of you want to do that.
Could you go back one slide?
Hi, this is Vivian Hello. I see a disconnect between the decommissioning plan that PG&E has told people will include little all private facilities. And the goal in the charter of this group to form an entity to operate the project. That's more of a comment than a question.
Good, thanks.
Mark Shaver, Water Resource Manager, Ukiah Valley. How do you foresee this planning group interacting with the decommissioning plan as it is all the draft? Because we're in comment period next year, how will we interact during the comment period?
I could extend that. I think that what's important is that PG&E knows that this conversation is happening. And that when they have their decommissioning plan, which we'll have public comment later in the year, that hopefully the communication, the lines of communication are open before that. So I think that's something among this group. I think it's in everyone's interest to find ways of having touch points with PG&E so they understand that this conversation is happening, sort of what's coming out of these conversations, and see where there's potential touch points for solutions that might be of interest to them. I think there's a lot to figure out there, and that's what we have to all figure out together, is how to make that happen. But all to say, like, I think it's in everyone's interest to have an open dialogue with PG&E through this. So, Janice, back to you.
Yeah, Janet, along the lines of what Charlie talked about, PG&E has reached out to some of the stakeholders, but more importantly, they had a town hall meeting about 2 weeks ago, at the behest of Congressman Thompson, where they did reiterate what Kelly had said, that their plan is to remove all the facilities from the project unless a viable entity might come forward with a plan to acquire part of those facilities in the future. And so that's where we're left right now. And when you talk about this group and what their goal is moving forward, and maybe hopefully the formation of a regional entity, that will take negotiations with PG&E, obviously at some point. And that's why that is part of what this group's goal is moving forward.
And just a reminder, I think some folks on the Zoom are having a little trouble hearing us, so if you can speak into the mic.
There's party, but there's no location. Wondering how the recent seismic reports are impacting the focus that we're moving forward all of them.
Well, I think that's something that would be taken up in discussions of facilities, which are under a couple of the different working groups. Also, it's my understanding that those are, there's a lot of confidential information there, which is not really public. But yes, I think that those, I think in discussions of the detailed discussions of facilities would take place within the working groups.
Follow-up question regarding my comment. I'm not that familiar with the FERC relicensing process. I assume FERC will be the one to receive comments on the decommissioning plan. And do we know how long the comment period will be to take comments regarding the decommissioning plan?
I don't know the comment period, anyone?
Yeah, it's a 30-day comment period that's mandated by FERC. However, coalition of conservation groups sent a letter to FERC asking for a 60-day comment period in this case. You're going to receive a response to that. So the requirement is 30 days, and that's what we should expect as of now.
In response to that, my PG&E has indicated at the town hall specifically, and there is an article that did a really good job of listing the question and answers at that town hall, many of which address the decommissioning. I cannot remember, but if you contact me later, I can send you that link. But PG&E has said that they intend to have drafts, so 2 different drafts, and they will engage with stakeholders on those drafts. So we don't have to wait until FERC receives the final plan to provide comment. We'll be able to, anyone will be able to comment as a stakeholder back to PG&E. That is the understanding, and if anyone else heard something differently, that's a good time to say so.
First, also have travel consultation, all the agencies, signature of the project in FERC.
Speak up.
Greg, can you speak? FERC has obligations to consult with tribes on request. So there can be a travel consultation with FERC. It's weird and awkward. FERC, those are quasi judiciary body. They typically don't have private consultations with tribes when there's an application before them. So they typically will do a consultation with the tribe that other people can watch. And it's an odd process.
All the study work and issue basic thing, were there round figure estimates of the costs here? Because if I was gonna spitball the dam removal, I would say several hundreds of millions, like up maybe upwards of 5 or 750. And then was there a round figure cost of rehabilitating conversion facility and then operating it?
My understanding is that a removal would cost 30 million. And if others have more updated information, please weigh in, but that's the number that I've been given.
30 million?
30.
Okay. So, yeah, and I think that the important piece of that is 2 days. So PG&E is financially responsible for this project until their FERC says they're no longer financially responsible for it. So dam removal right now will take place on PG&E's dime, not anyone else's. In terms of the studies that have completed, the most recent information are what we all call the phase 2 feasibility studies that came out as part of the basic partnership. Those lay out 4 alternatives for water supply diversion, assuming the removal is not here. So it's for running the river version. There's a range of costs and feasibility as well, additional study.
You're saying, could you repeat that main statement about phase 2 studies and where we could find them?
Yeah, so the phase 2 feasibility studies were the latest studies in the Ukiah partnership. It's, I can't help me, 5, 6 studies. So it's a number of studies, a lot of information. They are on the ad hoc site as well as greenfield.org and some other places. So if you want to find those studies, they're available online. We can certainly provide this to you guys.
Yeah, we can add those links to the website. Yeah, but I don't also understand that the estimates are very preliminary to understand it, and the error bars are very wide.
What we'll talk about in the next agenda item is the upcoming series of briefings. They kind of lay out what do we know, what is known, or what is interreported, and what is not known. So where this group can weigh in on. So I get an understanding that's a really important, sort of difference in tease out. So
Yeah, Mike Thompson, Assistant General Manager of Sonoma County Water Agency. Two quick things. One is, then back to your comment with regard to how does this, the water form interact or intersect with PG&E's process? And really our first basic goal is for this process, for PG&E to be aware of it, which they are, and for it to have an influence on what their decommissioning plan would be, with the idea of we want to prevent their decommissioning plan to precluding an ongoing diversion. So first, the first basic goal is, again, because as Ben had stated, one, make sure PG&E is aware and continues to be aware that this form has been created and is ongoing to find a local solution that would in some form continue the diversion so that they completely don't include that in their plan. The second thing, I just wanted to recognize Dave Manning over across the way. Dave is the alternate planning group member from Sonoma County Water Agency, and I want to find out. And then from what you said, just having experts in the room, if there are fishery related questions with regard to past agent studies, I just want to recognize Dave. And Dave, I hope you're available as a resource for those, any questions that may come up today. Okay.
Greg, did you have another thought?
I did. Just for reference, so Klamath removing 4 dams and restoring 36 miles of river at a cost of $450 million. And that's a pretty dialed in cost, like contractors are assuming the risk of cost overruns that much. So it gives you an idea of the ballpark cost of dam removal. The other thing I'd say is if FERC approves the plan, they're gonna let PG&E recover the costs from ratepayers. So PG&E is not gonna care how much it costs for approved. You're not gonna recover the costs.
Maybe Matt, do we have anyone online? Okay, so this is an initial kind of level setting of the group. There's lots of different parts of that. I need to go back and get more information, and we'll do that in future discussions and in the working group sessions, which we're gonna get into a bit. So with that, I just suggest.
Sorry, I got this.
Okay.
Yeah, not to make this hard, we should go on that discussion. I don't want to make this hard, I'm not looking for it, but I'm also really into this idea of transparency and being upfront about kind of what we want, et cetera. And this idea, I get that it's good for PG&E to know discussions we're having, but we're talking in terms of like going to PG&E and asking them to change their plans or what they're going to do. I mean, I just want to set down a marker. It's going to be, PG&E has come out and said that they intend to remove all these facilities. There's nothing left of river for us. And the idea of us going to them publicly and saying, wait, don't do that, do something less than that. And the Mountain is going to be really, really far on the Eagle River side. I mean, I think the continued diversion is totally compatible with no damage. I think we can talk about how to get that done, but the idea that we would go and change the baseline, which the PG&E calls full removal, I think is going to be a really difficult conversation. I don't think we can go to PG&E and say, please don't go forward with that plan and take everything out. I just want to lay a marker down there, because if this gets hard, I don't want to hide the ball here. I'm going to say, I'm going to want people to be a conversation for us and our hours. So, but that's not for now. We can continue to talk. I just want to, I don't want that to pass without understanding it on a personal thing. I should just sort of pretty something different.
I want to talk about the pike minnow. I'd like to see PG&E take responsibility for addressing this invasive fish that came from their project from the lake and invaded the entire system when it had low water and warm water. I understand that we also are doing an experimental capture, a reduction, because it's been discovered that pike minnow migrate to the river mouth in the winter and go back upstream in the summer. So they're gonna have a weir and sort out the ones that are coming back up the river. National Marine Fisheries Service is very concerned about the pike minnow in the system. They're so predatory on steelheaded salmon. And I'd like to see PG&E take responsibility for that outcome of their project when they remove it. I don't know how this is going to sort out, but it's a big problem in the river and we need help with it. And it's part of getting the fish back. Thank you.
Thank you. So now I'm just digesting some of the comments that you made, and my hope is that collectively here, we can come forward to PG&E with a request, not necessarily a demand, right? But a request, an opening of the door to discussions about how they're going to move forward with their decommissioning process in a way that still allows us to continue some form of diversion that we are all working towards. So that, I mean, maybe I'm wrong, maybe cost effective, it would be worth trying to save some aspects of the project, or because studies are being done now, rather than take everything in and out and then have to recreate something. Maybe there's something we can salvage, recycling reuse, that's the thing. In the town hall, my impression was that PG&E, they did note that they hadn't had an entity come forward yet. But I sort of heard a note of invitation and encouragement that if there is an entity out there, not a ragtag group of people who are saying, don't do this to us, but an actual legal entity in which they can negotiate with, that they are willing to do that. So my hope is that we together collectively get to that stage where we can move forward with some sort of legal entity, with an idea, with a plan, with a request to meet and negotiate so that we have what you were saying, we have a continued diversion that recognizes the needs and health of both watershed.
Yeah, I understand that concept. What I'm saying is that I don't know the details of all the alternatives, like some pieces like the state and some of them, et cetera. I know that one alternative is leave them out there. What I want, so I get the concept of what you're saying. What I'm saying is don't underestimate the difficulty of this group at the PG&E when they come out and say, we're taking everything out. Don't underestimate the difficulty for the Eel River side. We're going to go to them and say, no, please don't do that. Please leave it in there. Okay, I just don't think that's something we're going to get. I do think there are things we can do. I don't know exactly what the details are. But I do think there are things we can do when dams out. Let's bring a new version, right? Let's figure out, we've got engineering, we know that's feasible. We don't know exactly what it looks like, we know we can actually be done. Let's figure out how to build that up. But I don't think it can be something that relies on PG&E put the brakes on, keep one of these dams. So there's probably more to talk there, but I just don't think it's going to be. I think our guys can, but that one of the part.
Yeah, that's helpful, and so I think what I'm hearing from you is really it's going to be in the details, this group discussion of those details.
I'm being careful because again, I don't know the details, the alternatives as well as some folks who are closer to engineering than I am, but anything that involves leaving a significant piece of infrastructure. So yes, there are details, but I don't want to oversell. I don't want to understate. Yeah. Yeah, thanks.
Yeah, actually, with regard to the different fish alternative, fish pass alternative, I'd like that maybe call on Dave Manning. He's the project manager on our DWR grant, looking at different fish passage alternatives. And it might be good to hear from Dave actually where those are at and what they are and what's happening, because it seems to be a very much interest here. Yeah, at a very high level, and I think some of the more detailed conversations will follow, we can show you examples from those same.
Dave, sorry, Dave, could you come up and talk to the
City owl. I'll stand right here and talk to you.
Yeah, Al feels neglected.
So I think in some of the meetings that are contemplated, we'll walk you through some of the results of the technical studies that were done using money from the California Department of Fish and Wildlife to develop several alternatives for Cape Horn Dam fish passage. There are three that are moving through a 30% design process using some funds from the Department of Water Resources right now. As many of you have probably heard, we're making an application to the U.S. Bureau of Reclamation to extend those designs all the way to 60% by picking one alternative. So that process is yet to come. It's a year or more away. Right now, those alternatives that we're studying, see this 30% design level, include leaving a portion of the dam in place, making modifications to the crest of Cape Horn Dam, building a new fishway. So that is sort of the dam in alternative, if you will. Then there are two, we're considering dam out alternatives. One is removing really all of the concrete gravity portion of Cape Horn Dam, leaving very little of it in place, allowing the river to evolve naturally and relying on a mechanical pumped system to take water from a much lower elevation near the bed of the existing river in the absence of the dam, pumping that water up to the Bonarsdale facility into the upstream end of the tunnel. Another alternative is removing the vast majority of the infrastructure at the dam and replacing the steps that we see at the dam right now. That whole elevation change was something called a roughened channel. That's basically a long boulder cascade, as opposed to the concrete at the dam right now. To take up that elevation to the top of the crest of the dam, it's basically a natural looking boulder cascade. And there are a lot of details, engineering details about how that's created. It would sit ultimately at a slightly lower elevation than the dam exists now, but that would allow gravity to continue to feed the diversion as opposed to pumping that water in that pumped alternative from some 45 feet below where that water enters the tunnel now. So it's a very big difference in the way the water is delivered, the costs, the engineering associated with all three of those alternatives. And we're just kicking off the process right now to study those and get a lot more information about the costs. The costs exist sort of at a conceptual level at this point. We're going to get a much better idea of the risk, the uncertainties, the operation costs of all of those three alternatives over the next year or so. You good, Mike? All right.
Thank you, Dave. I think we've got one comment online, or one, yeah, a question or comment.
Hey folks, can you hear me? Great. This is Reggie Collins from CalTrout, an alternate. You have a much more capable person there that actually is much closer to the studies with Charlie Schneider. So I'll allow him to further any discussions of the fish passage options. I think Dave did a great job outlining those that they're looking at. Wanted to point out two pieces of information. First one goes back to the conversations that various folks have had with PG&E. While I agree that they did open the door for additional statements of interest on the facilities and on Cape Horn Dam, the decommissioning process, they made it abundantly clear that those applications will only be seriously considered if there are interests met from both basins, because they don't want to put themselves in the middle of a water conflict that this could easily turn into. And so while I think that's an encouraging site, especially given our interest in outside of the FERC process, looking at potential alternatives to diversion as long as both Cape Horn and Scott Dam are removed. That was a repeated requirement by PG&E for folks interested in potentially making an inquisition to PG&E. And again, I encourage those folks to reach out to PG&E directly to hear that. The other piece I want to point out is that there are 4 alternatives funded by CDFW, supported by the NOI parties, listed in that phase 2 studies. You can find them very easily on freetheeagle.org. with executive summaries listed as well. I encourage everyone here to read those. There were 4 studies that we looked very closely at, 3 of which were unilaterally selected by Sonoma Water to look more deeply in the DWR grant. And so there are 4 options that were vetted and approved by our engineering team that would both deliver fish passage and water supply reliability. The fish ladder is certainly not an acceptable option for cow trout. I think I speak for many of the conservation interests there, but there's 3 other additional options which we encourage review to meet our collective goals here. So I just wanted to put those 2 pieces of information out there.
And and this is gonna be part of the technical briefing that we're gonna go to now. Just again, we need to really start with an orientation of what do we know, being studied, what do we not know, to get everyone on the same page for a common understanding. So with that, Jim, I'm gonna turn it over to you, I believe, just to kind of walk us through the focus of these working groups, some of these future discussion topics, and recognizing this is an initial look at this, and there might be other topics that we want to house within these groups as we move forward. So, question.
Thank you. Yeah, so that discussion just now really teed up the different working groups and the need for those organized questions really well. So next slide. So I'm going to provide just a very sort of survey level overview of the sorts of topics and questions that the different working groups will be taking on in the coming months. And let's see, so overall, the purpose of the group is to review information, consult with experts, with agencies, and discuss options for consideration by the larger planning group. So it's an opportunity for a deep dive on these topics. 4 working groups, as we've outlined them, covered before: water supply, fisheries, economics and finance, governance, and water rights and water management. Recognizing that there are a number of topics that the planning group will be taking on and will cut across multiple working groups, and we're anticipating that. And also, Ben mentioned the technical briefings, which will begin in June, and those will be 90-minute Zoom sessions, 90 minutes for each of the working groups, to sort of cover the existing information and sort of give us a common starting point for these discussions. And we'll be pulling together resources that Ben mentioned as studies as well. So we'll start with the water supply and fisheries working group. And the purpose of this working group, as Dave made very clear and others, there are a large number of studies and that have been conducted on the system. So what unites the topics that will be discussed by the water supply and fisheries group is that it has to do with flows, with infrastructure, and with habitat. So we'll be talking about the water supply context, the fisheries science and regulatory context, and related infrastructure issues, of which there are many. Next slide, Henry. So they did a great job of reviewing some of the ongoing study work, as well as the recent study work, and thanks Charlie and Reggie for covering some studies as well. But it's that sort of thing that the group will be digging more deeply into, including infrastructure, operational alternatives, potential effects of those alternatives on water supply reliability and fisheries. In addition, there are some other ongoing work has to do with water demand, production potential, and related costs and economic impacts. There's an ongoing study having to do, it's also part of the DWR funded work, having to do with water storage and management options within the Ukiah Valley Irrigation District area. And then sediment management and other issues around dam removal will be another topic area covered in this group. Next slide, Henry. So, yeah, sure. Yeah, please.
So on the operations alternatives, is that specific to diversion alternatives, or is this group looking at a variety of alternatives not just retention of the diversion. I'm just trying to understand whether we'll be looking at just those three that Dave highlighted, or whether it's kind of, the world of our oyster.
As it's scoped at this point, there are, because there are broader implications of this, like for instance, the operations like Mendocino, which we mentioned earlier, it would be broader and, yes, it would be broader than just the diversion. So bring in multiple topics, including, as I mentioned here, the water storage management options, and language irrigation district and downstreams. Thanks, my then. Oh, any questions from John?
Correct. John Nagel, CMRC, correct me if I'm wrong, but this group will also deal with, building on the water supply thing of what the hydrographs were and how much work could be expected in dry versus wet years versus Coyote Dam raising versus minimum flows during the summer with Ukiah Valley and maintain agriculture there versus high flow diversions during the winter, all those issues and looking at the full suite of.
Yeah, that is sort of the past modeling work, what was mentioned, by several others before. And like you said,
Well, yeah, and something I want to say real quick, when Tom said Sonoma County Water Agency, is that there's been several comments about looking at Potter Valley diversion or Russian River resiliency, and I'll just say from the Sonoma County Water Agency side, we think it's an and, not an or. That what we've seen, I think what many of you have experienced over the last several years with the drought, even with Potter Valley, there were curtailments, there were major water supply issues. We at the Sonoma County Water Agency are looking at Russian River water supply resiliency and Potter Valley. They aren't mutually exclusive. We actually need them to work together for the best water supply resilience we can have.
I was just texting a comment. Oh, thank you, sir. Okay. Okay, yes, so we'll circle back to that during the quarter. Any other questions on that? Okay, next slide. So as mentioned, we'll be setting up technical briefings. This one we haven't scheduled yet, but we should have it scheduled shortly. And communicate that to everyone here. We'll be reviewing existing information and key takeaways from those. And discussion of key uncertainties and information gaps.
And the technical briefing and all the technical briefings will be both for planning group members and members of the public. So if that's information that you're wanting, we'll make sure that those dates, when they're confirmed, will be on the website. So folks can enter further registration information for those briefings will be there too. So for anyone who's interested in getting their information, you'll be able to.
And those briefings will be led, I want to thank Don Seymour and Dave Henning from Sonoma Water being available to present the technical information. Also just want to clarify that the technical briefings are in setting the basis of information. So we'll probably have other idea would be to have working group members become sort of the leads of the working groups going forward, and the folks leading the technical briefings wouldn't necessarily go see.
Just an observation that you have both your briefing leads from snow and water, and if you balance, know I have somebody from the Eagle River, or should also be that briefing.
We would welcome that. A good suggestion.
Thank you. Okay, next slide. Right, so moving on to the next group is economics and finance. So the rest of the working groups are somewhat different than the water supply and fisheries in that there's so much information out there already and existing proposals and alternatives to be considered in the water and supply and fisheries group. That is not the case for the other working groups. So these working groups will be more generative of new ideas and new information. To some extent. So the Economic and Finance Working Group will address the costs to acquire, modify, and operate the water diversion facilities, trying to understand the uncertainty in existing cost estimates, what information is needed to reduce the uncertainty of those cost estimates so that there's more actual information going forward. Potential sources of funding to support both capital costs and ongoing operation costs of the continued diversion. How those costs would be allocated among beneficiaries, the key question, and then how the water supply contract with beneficiaries would be developed, and what would those, how would those be written, what would they include? And another question is sort of what is the water supply product that would be provided by that diversion? So how would that the water provided be structured contractually? Next slide, Henry.
Question?
Yes.
There's a possibility this whole assumption might be moot. There might not be any water to divert from the Eel River that's not needed there to support the fisheries. And it's a lot of effort. It doesn't include costs to the eel. Oh, these are all costs about what it would cost to do it. And the fairness to different beneficiaries, it's like a cost benefit analysis without the cost being analyzed.
So are you touching on the potential for mitigation and what the cost of mitigation would be?
Could you talk louder, please, man? You're trying to hear you, but you can't.
Okay, at least I can. Gotcha. Just to ask you, is that what you're getting at, is mitigating the impact?
No, I'm talking about the possibility that this assumption is based on an illusion that there's any surplus water from the eel, not mitigating the cost so much as the cost of taking that water, if you take it, for understanding the cost of it. This is all about the cost of moving water that may not be available. That's what I'm saying. There are minimum requirements for endangered species listed fishes, but those are not necessarily the best options for those fishes to have minimal, or what they call in the Scott Valley, when they did the curtailments, belly scraping flows. That's fish with like enough water to get out. Scooch along.
Thank you. Noted in that there are.
May I, am I allowed? I'm a member of the Round Valley Indian Tribes, and Mr. Wyatt had deferred to please speak during these sort of tribal members. We also have my relative Earl, part of our tribe. I appreciate the talk about the costs here that we keep bringing up. And I just wanted to share with you that I was recently in attendance of the California Tribal Water Summit. And, I'm very appreciative of the agency to fund this project and have us all here, but we all keep talking about cost as if it's going to come out of our own pockets. And, I appreciate the fact that we're pointing out that the Eel River is, being swept under the rug. We are one of the most endangered rivers. Thank you to American Rivers. But when we're talking about these costs, and I appreciate your point in that, maybe we don't have water, is that, we need to really think about, I just lost my train of thought as I had it here. I'm so sorry. When we're talking about diversion, it's really offensive to our tribal members who have barely any water, where we're scraping by and we have cancer clusters. And looking at the cost of, we have over 5,000 members on our tribe alone who barely have water for drinking sources, let alone water in our rivers for our fish. These are the costs that are being weighed out for, other counties where they have access to be fined for overuse when we can hardly turn on the faucet to get clean drinking water. So I was, just wanted to point out, when you're talking about costs, again, at the Tribal Water Summit, we were informed that when we're talking about the use and the cost of how much water will cost to flow, the state recognizes that's why we're here. That's why the funding is here for us to be here, that they are not able to count for all of the costs of the water that has been taken from the Eel River and from our tribes, which is why you are being funded today to talk about this. This is where all the grant funding is coming from, because they are not able to go back into the archives and account for and allocate all of the costs that is owed to our tribe. I just wanted to point that. Thank you.
So, what I heard Vivian say, and I'm gonna catch your name, but, the economic and finance working group is part of the economic analysis, looking at what needs to be spent in order to ensure that, Eel River, water systems, drinking water are up to par, adequate, sufficient, provide the water that's needed. And is that economic working group going to look at the economic benefit of a increased vibrant fishery as part of that analysis, or is it essentially looking at what it's going to be cost per acre foot in Sonoma County in order to pay for these infrastructure changes? Or is it both?
Okay, I think what I will say is some of this is self-determined. And so these are draft concepts, and it's up to you all that participate in these groups to help us scope this out, to meet the needs of sort of where the process is going. So, myself, I think it would be, it's somewhere in the middle, it's probably more expansive than just the second part that you mentioned. But I really think it's up for the folks who are participating to help scope out what's the appropriate kind of guide rails here for these discussions across all these technical topics. So this is a initial cut. And it's going to be refined and added to and winnowed down depending on the views that are expressed. So
Brandon, actually, yeah, just on the last bullet point, development of water supply contracts. And all these do, they cause more questions, right? So there's so much complexity, and I say perplexing as well, with the other group of water rights. With water supply contracts, you're already throwing into account what occurs with existing appropriate water rights within Lake Mendocino. So there's such a complex interaction. It's my fault. A lot to look at.
And I want to, that's some members like Michelle. I really appreciate your comment about what these working groups become, what they are, and what the planning group, what any of the forum is. It's not they are determining any of this. Kearns and West is facilitating, but they aren't in charge. It's a we. It's what we make of it. And so right here, what we're doing right now is we're providing feedback to Kearns and West and saying, in addition to what you presented, these are other things that are important to us. And I've been working with Friends of West for a while now on this project, and they do respond to the feedback. They do include it. So we will see reminders coming back to these working groups and to the planning group, but everything that's being said today, and what's important to the stakeholders. Because as I said multiple times, we are doing this together. It collectively, it can't be in silos, in isolation. So, thanks again, Jen, for reminding us, it's a we.
Yeah, just a quick, Mike Thompson, again, just to go back to something Jim said at the start, where he said the water supply and fisheries work, there's already a lot of information out there. These other 3 working groups aren't really well defined, and they'll be kind of starting from scratch. So I'd say that the information we're hearing today is actually part of the information that we use to help create and craft those. So those 3 have, I would say, more of a blank canvas. Where we're starting from as opposed to the water supply and fisheries, as Charlie and Dave and others have said, there's a big sort of a lot of information already, and the next 3, the economics, governance, and water rights, are quite a bit more in the blank canvas area. So anyways, I just say thanks for the comment.
So Megan, do you have your hand up? Okay, yeah, I guess you could look at this as scope, kind of scoping this out. And we're mindful of the urgency. So there's a sweet spot here of being inclusive of important topics, being able to move forward. So we're going to be relying on us collectively to find that sweet spot. Charlie?
I've heard a number of, we're talking about working groups, a number of people expressed interest in the River Water Resiliency Working Group as well. And I'm wondering if there's, enough folks in the room that would be interested in doing that group to start pursuing it. Obviously noting that there would be a funding need to do that, right? You guys don't have funding to do that. I mean, looking around the room, I see a number of people that, I think could help bring that funding in and during the funding environment one as well. So, I don't know. I guess I would like to propose, potentially seeing if people would be interested in starting that group now. And if so, maybe try and get it moving forward in the coalition as well.
Okay, maybe what I proposed is that maybe between now and the next meeting, if folks who are interested in having a call, we can organize that on the Friends of West side. So by show of hands, and we'll do this as an action. I know other folks can sign up later, but anyone who for now would like to know that they would like to at least participate in that conversation around how to get that on. Okay. Okay, so a lot of people, which is good. I think what we'll do is, that's way to do this. I think it's a follow-up with that survey. So we're going to keep it. We'll have a survey for the folks who are on the plan group. For those who are interested as members of the public, maybe come up to us and make sure we get your information. We'll think. Mark, do you have thought? Okay, yeah, maybe Mark can pass it around and we'll get your names that way.
Thank you. You just clarify what exactly you're talking about. I think there's a question, the flow chart.
Yeah, so we can go back to it. So the idea of this is in recognition that the addressing the decommissioning of the Ukiah Valley project is of high importance, and that the planning group will focus on that, is the recognition that there are other water resiliency issues, both basins that are high priority and should not wait. And so from our kind of workflow minds, you're like, well, we got to do this and we do that thing. I think we're hearing that you don't want to wait. And you want to be able to talk about those issues in parallel because they're interrelated. So, well, you're over there. But hopefully that provides that context.
Sorry.
Just plan that out.
Did I plan it down? I didn't need to. Sorry, I didn't need to plan it. Jennifer worked with center of the city center of the water department. And started pulling the story, because I know it's a little outside, but if you are going to look at Russian River resiliency studies, I do think we need to have a very strong baseline of all the work we've already done,
And I want to make sure we're not duplicating those efforts. We spent a lot of money and funding from the water contractors on numerous efforts already. And so just want to make sure that we start with a baseline that makes sense and then what we're looking to do. So just want to put that out there.
I just want to add to that. I was looking between the Huffman, two basin groups efforts and the planning agreement parties effort. This is pretty well, plowed ground. And so I think I think people who have been participating in those groups will be impressed and surprised at how much of this kind of analysis has been done.
So on the resiliency topic in particular, I can see that how this could proceed is similar to the technical briefings. We could start with an initial briefing on resiliency of what's been done, where there might be a gap, and then we talk about where we go from here. So I think that we're talking about the 4 here, we're gonna have a follow conversation about that as a potential addition. And I think we wanna start with like, well, what do we know? And what does that mean? And how does it relate to the other work groups we're doing? So that'll be for the planning group members. That will be included in your survey if you're interested. We'll then use that to get a call set up. And then I think Mark is passing around a sign-in sheet, so we'll get that from there. That's the goal.
I just have a brief statement. I just had a brief statement on, I like this idea of the resiliency, but I'd like to see it more of like a self-sufficiency of Sonoma County versus the resiliency as, the self-sufficiency means that you're going to be taking it upon yourself to support yourselves in a better way versus being, determined or dependent upon other watersheds. More so than being self-sufficient and resilient. So, again, our Eel River watershed is very resilient and barely hanging on. So I would like to maybe turn look and just throwing out an idea of changing it to more self-sufficient.
Thank you. We're scoping now. Thank you. Okay, let's keep going.
Next slide. So this is just on the theme of interaction with other working groups, whether it's economic finance group, connections with the streams, governance, and water action, water. Maybe touch on all these other things. Next slide. So the technical briefing for this one is also being scheduled, and as noted. With all these, we review existing information and studies that are in progress and reviews of how the group would take on the questions that it chooses to take on. Among those, maybe the questions of water contracts. And briefing leads is those this one are Mike and Tom Johnson. And Tom Johnson. Tom Johnson is a consultant to Mendocino IWPC, who's been involved in the briefing process for a while. Okay, go ahead. Next slide. Oh, I'm sorry. We have government system. Apologies. So the government group, again, this is what we have here. We're going to be assumptions that you would be formed to own and operate the water diversion facilities. So the questions here are the topics to discuss are around what would that energy look like? What would it do? So the group would discuss what the entity needs the authority to do. What does it have to be able to do as an entity? And then next question would be what form of regional entity would be the best form of regional entity to perform those functions? Who would participate in the entity and who would administer and manage the entity? But all the entity formation questions. Vivian.
One big part of decommissioning dams on the Klamath River was revegetation and restoration on the areas that the heat sink water reservoirs used to occupy. And the company that, I believe that the regional entity they developed to take the dams down up there and decommission them was involved in hiring the company that's going to do the revegetation. It's a bonded company that all the agencies will have to sign off that it was successful. And there was also an effort made to recompense landowners and cities that felt they would be affected by the dam removals. I'd like to see some inclusion of the needs of Lake County and helping them adjust to a difficult adjustment in their economy. We've all had some pretty severe setbacks over the last few decades with the fisheries going down, droughts and restrictions on water use. And so we need to try to take care of everybody involved. Thank you.
We do actually a question. One more question? Oh, I just have a comment. I keep hearing about international, I keep hearing about water rights. I just want to make this clear. The tribe that live along the Eel River has never, ever given up our water rights. Those are our water rights, and they've always been our water rights, and we will never give them up. And when it comes to saying selling water, water was given to us by our creator to continue our life. It's our everything to live on this. So, that's kind of, us selling our water was meant to keep us alive. But just to make it clear that all the tribes have never given up the water rights to the river. We have lands on the water, it's our water, and I just want to make that clear. What else have you guys got? The attended meeting important to run this operation. The diversion. Is that clear or not? Question.
Yeah, well, the question is, how is it going to be decided? The entity, what the entity will be, what are the decision making? I don't think we know that yet.
But my question is, how will that be? How will that become decided upon?
You should join the working group.
It wouldn't have worked.
To be the chair.
Yeah. Look forward to your leadership.
So continue some more topics with the governance group. So the second goal here gets to your question, Vivian, about responsibilities beyond owning and operating water diversion facilities. So will regional entity engage in environmental improvements, to basins? How would it engage in water supply, broader water supply resiliency efforts, or have other goals and responsibilities? The first goal here is what we'll also take a question of the actual path for formation. This is the last subject slide for this group. If anyone has any questions.
This is sort of a general process question, just based on the conversation today, I've heard a range of opinions about whether or not the diversion should continue. But a lot of the slides say will continue. There's a lot of wills instead of woulds or could or ifs. And I would just suggest that since this group is open to all options, I think we should recognize the fact that we're not taking anything off the table as of now, that we can discuss all of them. So I just would suggest maybe, I just have seen it all through the slides, there's almost an assumption that the diversion will continue. And I've definitely heard a range of opinions on that already today. So just a suggestion for the future.
I just wanted to comment, I appreciate that comment as well, that, talking about diversion, which is, we don't want to completely take all water away from the idea is everybody working together, but we're not talking so much about the planet as well. When we're talking about like these dam removals, that means that more water is going to be flowing. So we act like, it feels like to me, being a newcomer, saying I've been here a while, that, we feel as if the only way to have water is if we're damming it up. And realistically, because I had this conversation, I was asking Charlie, wait, if our dams come down, does that mean that we're just gonna give even more water to Sonoma County? And, we had to have these conversations, so, the Klamath dams come down, more water is gonna be flowing. We wanna see more flow. River dams come down, more water is gonna be flowing, so how much diversion do we need is my question, and are we looking realistically at trying to water flowing in a positive way that can allow us to have more flow in the Eel River?
I want to keep us moving. Did you have a comment? So this type of meeting has been scheduled for Tuesday, the 20th of June at 1 o'clock. In 90-minute briefing, and our meetings will be horizontal with Sonoma County and Subject Bureau.
One other note, we're going to record the briefing, so if you're available that day, you'll be able to check it out.
Location,
It's going to be Zoom.
Zoom on virtual. Thank you. Okay, on to working group, water rights and water management group. So the goal of this party is to support, this group is to support parties in understanding what water is available, which water holders currently and under future scenarios. Like this planning group, form in general, or more broadly, we consider. So some topics to address are, and this is certainly including all water rights holders. Oh, sorry. Thank you, Harry. So yes, what management structures and monitoring systems would be needed to manage water rights and ensure water deliveries, given potential changes to the diversion system and ownership. What relationships would the regional entity have with water rights holders? How would exercising water rights on the Russian River, speaking just of the Russian River here, be affected by changes in the timing volume of diversion flows in a running river system where Scott Dam was removed. And then certainly Eel River water rights issues as well, including tribal water rights, harbor right rights, and the Russian River would also be considered those discussions. An issue that has come up several times is the legal diversions in the Eel River system due to the transportation. And again, as we've said, the other working groups, it will be a self-defined group, so as other questions emerge, it's very difficult to take about.
All right, this time you said particularly for cannabis diversion, there are a lot of illegal diversions that are for other than cannabis. And a lot of them are illegal impoundments that were identified years ago as flyovers, and nothing was ever done about that. I just want to point out that let's not make cannabis like the scapegoat for what is commonly done whenever people can get away with it.
Thank you. I think we're going to be part of this. Megan, and then I see one of our agency partners.
Thank you. Just responding to some of the tribal concerns that we've been hearing again and again here, and I think are really important for us as a group to consider. Is this the appropriate group for consideration of, as you pointed out, tribal water rights due to plots along the river and just living along the river since time immemorial? Is this the group to consider that issue as well?
My understanding is yes.
Okay, I just didn't know because it wasn't called out, I just wanted to.
Yes.
Matt Myers, California Department of Fish and Game.
Hold on, Ben is.
Got it. Matt Myers, California Department of Fish and Wildlife, got last bullet, always assuming there's no illegal diversion on the Western River. Because that says Gill River water rights, food and tribal water rights and illegal cannabis diversion. Pretty sure there's a lot of illegal diversion on the Russian side also, not just from cannabis. Too.
Thank you. Loud and clear. Thank you.
Welcome you to the big table.
Debbie, do you have another question?
I was wondering if the group is also going to correlate, water quality as well as water quantity, and be working with the basin plans for, enforcement of water quality. Beneficial uses for the community and farmers. Energy.
I think that would probably fall under the water supply and fisheries group. Yeah, so yes, that would probably be the water supply and fisheries.
At some point, I think we'll have a table of topics and all the subtopics and make sure they're in the right place.
Mark Shaver, Water Resource Manager of Ukiah Valley. As Karen brought up, the water supply is managed by the Regional Water Board, state agency. We have Matt in the Fish and Wildlife state agency. How do we anticipate these different state agencies interacting with our working groups? And we plan on drawing them in.
So you mentioned water board, we have briefed the water board. And so they're aware of what we're doing, they're aware of the water rights working group, and I think they want to participate. And so I think they don't have the resources to be in every conversation, but I think it's our job collectively to make sure they're doing what they need to be. So that's our pretty much job too, but we're kind of keeping them in the loop, and when we need them to weigh in, we want to make sure they're at the table. So we have to find the right rhythm for that. Yes.
I just want to make sure people know that this water rights issue is not insignificant. Vast majority of the water that goes from field to Russian, the water right is for the purposes of hydropower generation. And so to maintain that diversion for the purposes of consumptive use, there's going to have to be some kind of process from the state water board to change the water right, which is not insignificant.
It's a mess. Okay.
Hold on. Oh, I'm sorry that it's just like. I'd like to add, regarding the water rights working group, which I will be on, and I will be very much looking forward to learning more about tribal relationship with water. And I don't think rights is the correct word. I do believe it is the tribes are in relationship with the water and is a vital part of this. So I want to acknowledge that the English language doesn't really address that very well. So we are using the term water rights. I believe, at least in my mind, that term means state issued water rights under the system that was put in place long before any of us. And as some of you may know, water rights modernization is an effort that's happening now. There are many bills out there to look at the water rights system and the systemic racism that is within that system. So I hope that we together collectively can look at our own watersheds, understand this relationship that we each have to water more, and find some better language for it. And find a way forward where all of our, as I said, all of our needs and concerns are addressed while maintaining a community.
to follow on what that said, over the last 2 years, in working with the Division of Water Rights, they have been more open to innovation, ideas, change, inclusion than they ever have before. And so, this is an inflection point. This is a great opportunity to be able to tackle, look at, come up with solutions about the water availability and how it flows through the system. So, Beth, I also attend a meeting on that group too, and then look forward to it.
Hi, Jim, a couple of things. I've been hearing a lot of comments from people about information that may or may not be accurate, that I'm hopeful we'll be able to kind of suss out during the working groups when we get some of the technical knowledge that we need to have from the experts who are working on this. I think particularly with regards to the concern about water rights and what they're for, I think you'll find that it's not quite as simple as some might make it out to be. But I think we'll wait until the working groups and see if we can come to an understanding about what the truth is regarding some of these issues that we're trying to figure out today and we really can't.
Okay, is that it? Okay, let's go to the next slide. It's mindful of our time here. You want to just do that?
The technical briefings for this one is scheduled for June 22nd, and there is a new topics that we've been covering today. And our technical briefing meeting to our
Let's go to the next one.
Thanks, that went by fast.
Oh, yeah.
No, we just done.
That was June 22nd, 10:32.
Thank you.
Let's go to the next section, Henry, please. Okay, so I think I'm gonna do a few slides. We only have a few slides left, so thanks for hanging here. So, working group membership is open to all planning group members and alternates. If there are technical experts who you would like to include, who have expertise, we'd like to know that too. Our plan now is to have these working groups once they start to meet monthly. And I think it's, again, we'll have to look at what the kind of the topics that we sequentially take on. Our hope is to identify leads, the folks that currently want to work with, and help us set the agendas, keep our meetings focused, and I think also help us understand what information gets rolled up the planning group for a broader group discussion and deliberation. So that's our pitch. There's clearly a lot to get through and some really helpful opinions, insights, and expertise bringing into the group. And so you're going to get a survey asking which of these groups you'd like to participate in for your planning group members, and also if you're recommending other experts, it'd be good to know that too. So that'll all be in the survey. You're going to get that very soon. Let's go to the next slide. So this is the steering committee. We would like for this to be relatively small, and this is a cross interest group of planning group members, mainly. And our hope is to have overlap between the steering committee and the working group. So we kind of know what's happening in all the rooms, and we can think about how to connect dots, and where there's agreements and where we want to kind of lead into things. So the role what we're asking the steering committee to do is to really weigh in on meeting topics. How do we sequence these discussions? How do we move towards sort of shared agreements, to coordinate between the groups? When we get to broader education, I think it's both thinking about these meetings, how to be inclusive, but also sort of more public workshops, is to have a steering committee have a role there. And if the planning group gets stuck, if we hit a snag, that could be a role for the steering committee to sort of unpack that a bit and come back with some thoughts and recommendations for how we move forward. So again, we'll include this in the survey. We'll just have to see who's interested
and then we'll see what that number looks like. We do want to make sure that there's a cross section, so folks feel that, you know, it's representative of the broader group. Okay, I think that's it. Any questions on that? Hopefully we'll have some of that detail in the survey that you guys will get, but this is an important part of we have the nomination process and this is now the selection process or the selection process for all these groups. So any questions about that? Okay. The next slide. Are you doing this, Jim, or am I doing it? I do it. So the next meeting, so this is what we're thinking of in terms of the timing here. And recognizing we have a lot of things to kind of launch on the front end here. We do want to have a follow-up meeting in about 3 weeks. And we're suggesting that it be a shorter meeting as virtual. We want to make sure that there are a couple carry-on items we have from this discussion. We have some interest in adding some slots to the group. There's a couple other follow-on interests we might want to touch. We talked about the resiliency, for example, just to sort of make sure we're meeting monthly. So our goal is to meet again, but have that virtual and not quite as long as a meeting. And then we also want to identify a recurring meeting day and time. And so these are the sort of what we're pitching now. This will be in your survey, but we're hoping to find, fingers crossed, if we can get it out far enough in advance, and this will be starting in July, just if we're gonna meet like, whether it's the second Thursday of the month each month, and we just lock it in for people. So our hope is that we get some good alignment around availability, and that we can just get these kind of the planning group just locked in on people's calendars. So again, that's gonna be in the survey. The working group briefings are gonna be happening between, well, they're gonna be happening, I believe, Jim, likely between meeting 2 and meeting 3. That's right. Okay, so the working group, those are briefings. There's a technical briefing, they're actually not the working group meetings. So there's will be technical briefings that will be kind of like the launch of the working groups, and the working groups themselves will begin most likely after meeting under 3. If that makes sense. For the planning group members, we're going to be setting up a SharePoint site. So all the materials for meetings are all in one place, it's easy for you to access. We'll likely set up a library of documents that you can go to, so we're all working off the same information. So that expecting some just sort of housekeeping emails from our team soon. And then just in terms of our timeline, or maybe picture timeline, we talked a bit about PG&E's schedule, just to acknowledge that this is a lot of work that we're all going to do together. And we're mindful of the timeline that we're under. So we're oriented around this milestone. If you want to be in communication with PG as we go through this, we're also mindful of the milestone here. Okay. Next slide. Okay. So any other questions before we go to public comment here?
Just a quick comment. Just one again, thanks Kearns and West for facilitating us today, and also to let you know 2 things: that this current work, and we're actually reaching the end of our DWR funding on this. We have applied for another grant through the Department of Water Resources to keep this process going for 2 years. Another 2 years, which we think it's going to take quite a while to unpack much of this stuff as we've seen today. We have applied for a DWR grant. We're hoping to get $2 million from DWR continuous to 2 years, and there is a $650,000 local match. With regard to the local funding, our board of supervisors yesterday approved $350,000 coming from the County of Sonoma to support this effort. The Sonoma County Water Agency water contractors are providing $150,000 to continue this effort. I know that Mendocino County is also looking for funding to help continue this effort. But again, when we were talking about resources, I just want to let you know where the resources for this are coming from. And we're hoping, even in the absence of the grants, the local funding should be able to keep this going. So if there was mention, I heard mention about, again, the water supply resiliency, which I strongly support. And if there are other sources of funding people know of to help continue this effort, I would ask that you reach out to Kearns and West or myself. we would really, would appreciate other sources of funding to help keep this process going. Thank you.
Go back to the last slide.
Go back.
So one concern I have is around we are working on this timeline associated around PGD's filing schedule, and my question is that this group won't be communicating with PGD without the consent of the planning. I don't know what call committee members. And I guess that's a question. Will Snowwater or this group be sending any information to PGD?
With regard to this group, there is a plan to do, we have offered PG&E to do a briefing to PG&E on this effort, and I can't remember if that has been scheduled or not, but yeah, the plan is to do a briefing similar to the travel briefings we have done and the briefings we have done for the various resource agencies. So that's probably with regard to this group. And with regard to others, we assume others will bar and will continue to be in conversation with PG&E.
I would just ask that if Eel River interests are allowed to take part in that briefing. I would just ask if Eel River interests are allowed to take part in that briefing.
Thank you.
Ron, did you have a thought?
This is primarily a question about process. And while I support a briefing, I want to understand how that works with this charter that we're all supposed to sign on to. And that's primarily because the way I read this, and maybe I'm misunderstanding, is that no member here should be communicating on behalf of the entire planning group to any outside entity. And so I just worry about establishing a precedent that this charter doesn't mean very much. And so I just want to understand, do we want to set up a process for agreement around what a briefing looks like, or what is appropriate to communicate versus what is inappropriate to communicate? Otherwise, we're already just undermining all of the external communication provisions of this.
Yeah, I think it's a good question. So maybe that impacts what you were saying. So I think if there's going to be a meeting with PGD to talk about the planning group, I think that's something the group would want to talk about before it happens. And so I think if there are suggestions, like Charlie had a request, the group has to do that. We all have to sign off, and then we have a meeting. So I think that we're doing this in real time. But to your point, yeah, like we got to make sure people are comfortable with that. So what I think the request might do is get back to the group on what that looks like, and then let's talk about if and when they get scheduled, who needs to be there. Does that make sense? But I think I appreciate you looking at the charter. Let's make sure we do it. Okay. All right. So I think that's it. We're right on schedule. So thank you.
Ready for public comment?
Get there right now.
Sorry.
Thank you for helping.
Right, you were.
No, I'm not gonna skip that. So I got two comment cards. And I'm gonna start with these folks. If other members of the public want to make a comment, just raise your hand. We'll get to you. To the planning group members, I just want to say thank you. I appreciate your time today and your attention and your candor. We keep that. And we look forward to more of it. So yeah, thank you for a really productive meeting today. So I'm gonna start with I've got Glenn Spain and Nicole. You want to provide public comments? Okay, good. If we could get Glenn the mic, or Glenn, come on up here, sir, to where maybe where Jim's standing, and provide your comment. And then Matt, or if anyone from just one. Okay, it sounds like there's one person on my right. Go ahead, Glenn.
My name is Glenn Spain. I'm the executive director for the Pacific Coast Federation and Fishermen's Association. And I want to underscore a few things that Vivian and others have said that I think need to be kept in mind, and these will not be popular with everyone. The system that exists today is the representative of 100 years of gross injustice. What happened is 100 years ago, a bunch of people decided to take water from one river and move it to another river, sacrificing the water interests of the Eel River, sacrificing the once productive salmon fisheries that provide an economic base for Humboldt County, Del Norte County, and far up the coast. To put it into perspective, the Eel River was once the 4th largest salmon producing river system in the continental United States. We had on the order of up to 800,000 Chinook coming back. Coho, other abundant stocks, but Chinook is a harvestable fish. That provided what in today's world and today's dollars would be about an $80 million a year fishery, and supported over 1,500 jobs in coastal communities all up and down the coast. That was destroyed by the status quo that we're dealing with today. And I think that has to be kept in mind when we talk about costs. There is a huge cost of doing nothing. There is a huge cost of the status quo. That is what our communities are facing right now as we are shut down coastwide. One good driver of that is frankly the Eel River, and the fact that the 800,000 fish that we once had there are down to about 3,000 fish, and they're endangered and they're listed as under the ESA. The underlying assumption here has been that these diversions will continue. A number of people have pointed out that it's written into our documents, that assumption. That assumption is not a valid assumption. We cannot make that assumption. We cannot make the assumption that that is a fair, reasonable, just, or even legal division of water in today's world. I want to underscore that we are more than happy to work on the issue of resilience, the issue of living within the means of the rainfall that we have in every basin. But it is not acceptable to us to be basically robbing Peter to pay Paul and destroying an $80 million fishery. And that's the damages that our communities are suffering each and every year that this is continuing. So keep that in mind as we move forward.
Thank you, Glenn.
In terms of Demonio here, we need to call the member of the Down Valley Indian Tribes, located in Down Valley, Gilbert, California. I am a Yuki descendant and also a descendant of the Pomo, Nomalaki, and Concal tribes. Our tribe is a 7-tribe executive order tribe, which means that, as I stated, I'm a member of the Yuki tribe descendant, and we are the ancestral land owners. We don't like to use the term ownership, including with our water. It's quite difficult. We're talking about tribal engagement, bringing tribal people on to talk about ownership of water rights. We did adopt those terms, and those are legal terms that were provided to us because of the atrocities that were, enforced on us. So we have 7 tribes that were forestry, 6 other tribes that were forestry located into our reservation. Those tribes, we're talking about, as I shared earlier, that the state and the agencies recognize these atrocities and are now providing grants and money to support these efforts in water resiliency and restoring our rivers and water protection 30 by 30. All of these things, we're talking about ancestral territories, and my tribe, which is federally recognized, our tribal ancestral territories are from the coast above Fort Bragg all the way to the border. So when we're talking about numbers of how many people are being affected, that's our tribal territory. It goes across the state, so these effects of water affected that many tribal people and our territories. Our tribe alone, the Ukiah tribe, has 7 tribes of its own. So we have, again, coastal areas all the way to the valley and close to the other side of the hills, we call it. I keep the points that I wanted to share with you are when we're talking about recreation. It's kind of discouraging to hear, again, costs associated with what was taken from us. We have recently had a bill passed at the state legislature because the state, again, recognized that our UP people were massacred by Sir Hastings, who was the first Chief Justice, who basically committed treason by taking our lands, which includes our Eel River. So these are, again, when we're talking about numbers and the costs of what is being taken consideration that, you may be hurting today, or, you may be the ones affected today, but since the dams have been put up, we have been the ones who have been impacted and still impacted and are just now gaining any acknowledgement of this impact. When we talk about safety, I'm a Mendocino girl. Born and raised, love Mendocino County, had some time going to Humboldt County as well, but when I didn't live in Round Valley, I lived in Redwood Valley. Complex fire, took out all of our counties, took out most of our forestry land. The Redwood Valley fire, my relatives lost homes, my classmates lost family members, lost children. And I just wanted to point out that to be transparent, when we're talking about safety issues or concerns in Mendocino County, let's stop talking about cannabis, because as I'm new to this, I haven't mentioned that I'm also an Indigenous people lawsuit. And so, if we're gonna talk about safety, let's be transparent. I've been trying to be included and be involved in many of our Mendocino County discussions. And every time I go onto a meeting or I go into a town hall, thinking that we're gonna really discuss things like water. It's all our agriculture, whatever it may be, it's all about cannabis. So let's try to make that a change, let's make that movement. It's really about safety. Then let's talk about the fact that, on the town hall just last week with the governor, he had one of Cal Fire's Captain Munger talking about, in all honesty, it's not water that is on fire, it's the groundwater. So let's talk about cultural burden. Let's talk about ancestral land return. Let's talk about land stewardship, co-management, and creating pathways to work to really truly, again, save our people, because I have relatives who've lost lives and homes because, again, our board of supervisors and leaders are more worried about cannabis funds than they are about the true safety of our people. One of the other topics that I'd like to share is that I feel like being, again, from Mendocino County, living on the reservation growing up, and even, again, growing up in Redwood Valley and being close to relatives with the other tribes around us, there is a very distinct misconception about public law 280 and tribal communities. So we can talk about, state agencies and such, but when it comes to inherent rights and water rights, that's the term, that's the law. I mean, we can change it however we may want to, but the law is that those water rights are given to Native Americans first, and that we are public law 280, which is the jurisdictional law, wasn't at the Congress, it wasn't something that was provided or given to by the state of California. So we're dealing with these agencies, they have an obligation, a federal obligation, a congressional obligation to support and care for our country. So thank you all for sharing your time and all your information, and I can move forward positively for all of us to, again, be self-sufficient and continue to be resilient in our water.
Thank you all. Okay, just have one public comment, from our Zoom.
This is not a public comment. This is a comment from Friends of the Eel River. I'm Scott Greason, Conservation Director. I apologize for the detail of what follows, but I haven't been able to participate for the last couple of hours for some reason. So I want to observe at the outset that our objective at this point is to see both dams removed in 5 years. Second, I would like to note that the current effort, though I think well-intentioned in some respects, rests on the shakiest of premises. First, with respect to the timing of this effort, and second, and more importantly, with respect to the basis for a potential agreement. With respect to timing, I think we've already heard from Reggie and others that PG&E has told us they want a proposal by August at the latest that reflects an agreement from both watersheds. And that second point, I think, is extremely important because I don't think that folks in the Russian River have heard us yet. And I need to start by noting that our participation in the two-basin solution talks was based on the premise that any continued diversion from the eel would do no harm to the eel. Now, Cape Horn Dam is clearly doing harm to the eel. We and several other organizations filed suit yesterday challenging PG&E's continuing and illegal take of Chinook and Steelhead, especially at Cape Horn Dam. And it's very clear that Cape Horn Dam cannot be made compliant with the current fish passage standards of either the National Marine Fisheries Service or the Department of Fish and Wildlife. So given those realities, it's very clear to me that if you on the Russian side want a deal, first things, as Reggie noted, you need to study that full dam removal that full dam removal scenario that was taken out of the previous set of studies. And second, we are going to insist that you take Cape Horn Dam off the table. If you do not, then we are going to move to oppose a continued diversion. This is just not consistent with our understanding of harms to the Eel River. Finally, I would note that, well, not finally, but I would note with respect to this process, this meeting has been shamefully poorly run. There's no excuse not to have a functional dual mode meeting in 2023. And second, that Kearns and West has not heard our feedback with respect to this process. I'm reminded of John Steinbeck's observation that it's hard to get a man to understand something when his paycheck depends on him not understanding it. But I don't think that they are doing you a service collectively in terms of their presentation here. My final notes: Sonoma County Water Agency has had an option to buy the Potter Valley project since 1964. And lastly, the pre-1914 water right that you hope to continue to use is a remnant of a fundamentally racist, conquest-oriented system that has no proper role in a modern and just water rights allocation. Thank you.
We'll be back in touch with more information, for the planning group members, with a survey.
So I live.